All right, everybody. Because we hit 300 bucks yesterday on stream, we are doing a live edit tonight where we are going to edit a video live on the air. Again, I appreciate you guys being here and thank you for the donations to help us cross it. Before we start, first Spotify song. I believe my first Spotify song, I don't know where you find it, but I remember getting Spotify in the first. I remember listening to the Dangerous album by Michael Jackson. I think that was the first I vividly remember listening to the Dangerous album by Michael Jackson. So I'm guessing it was probably Black or White. But great song, JP. Great song. Signed by Ray Shremmerd. Oh man, that's a name I haven't heard since college. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I have no idea what the video is gonna be. The video that was supposed to come out today, it's coming out tomorrow or Monday. There was a copyright issue, so I have to re-edit that a little bit. It's not too big of a deal. But obviously, I don't want to do that for the live edit stream. Wait, Spotify tells you? Wait, where does it tell you? I legit did not know this. Where does it tell you where... This is the first I'm hearing of this. Where does it tell you where your first one is? How's it going, Kevin? Okay, wait. It's on the 20-year website? Oh, it's on the website? Oh, hang on. Let me re-download Spotify. I have Spotify on. Let me update Spotify. So what we're going to do is I have no clue what the video is going to be. So what we're going to do is we're going to find a topic live on the air and do for the video. Yeah, I saw that Trevor did not get his haircut. I saw that, which thank God for that. Thank God for that. He would have lost so much aura if that happened. All right, let me log in. Log into my Spotify. Yeah, thank goodness on that. Logging in on the website. You look like Ruined Son. He did. Okay, wait. Okay, how to check for song on Spotify? Oh, it's on mobile. Okay, hang on. It's on the mobile app. That's why. Okay, Spotify. Tap search. Spotify 20. Okay. Let me see. So. Nope, not that. Yeah, that was an AI haircut. He had a wig on that one. He had a wig. My first plays. That is most definitely not right. Oh, that's someone else's most played. Destroy the Dollar, appreciate you, man. Wait, that's someone else's first place. I was gonna say that. I've never heard of half those songs. Appreciate you on that one, Detroit. Let me figure out mine. My all-time top songs. Last Christmas? I mean, come on. That's like... I think my top old song all time is Last Christmas, but it's like, that doesn't count. I only listen to 2 months of the year. You know, I started Spotify... Yeah, he had no aura. Yep, he had no aura before the haircut. Like, with the haircut, he had no aura. Okay, I cannot... Okay, maybe I have to download the app. Hang on. All good, Detroit. Appreciate you, man. All good. Thanks for the $1. Appreciate you. Yeah, let me re-download Spotify. Let me get the let me update the app. Yeah, change that. Maybe that'll change things. So I want to see this. Yeah, without the hair, he has no aura. Because he just has a boring personality. He has no aura without the haircut. His hair is what makes him Trevor. All right, now let's see if this works. Okay. Spotify 20. I still don't see it. I still don't see it. Yeah, 17 seconds. That was nuts. My first place on Spotify into the search bar. Oh, here we go. Made for you. It doesn't say anything. It literally does not say anything. Yeah, I guess I'll figure it out later. We'll do the live edit. Because it just says prompt, create a playlist of songs where you get the first song I ever did. I have no clue. I know the first one's definitely the Dangerous album. 100% Dangerous album was near the top that I did. Okay. So, let's do a live edit again. I have no clue what the video is going to be. Legit, honest to God, no clue. The video that I was going to do, that is going to come out Monday at this point, or maybe tomorrow night, is a video about something from the Cowboys in the 90s. But that video is pretty much already done. I just have to re-edit some stuff for copyright purposes. So, we're going to go through the entire process here and figure out a topic for this video. So, we'll do it a little bit differently this time. Screw it. We're going to do it a little bit differently this time. How's it going, Buck Bruce? Appreciate you tuning in. I've never done this before. We're gonna go a little bit differently. I don't do this often. But screw it, why not? Let's try this. I've never done this before. Number generator. I've never done this before. The number between 1960 and let's go 2004. 1977. All right. Okay, September to December. September 1977. All right. That's our goal. No, just the AI. It was like the AI tools. I'm not worried about it. All right, so we're going to go to September 1977. That's our mission. Find a story from September 1977. Yeah, I've never done it like this before, but screw it. Why the heck not? Why not? All right. Okay. So let's figure this out. So September 77. Let's try Giants related. Just see if we can find something. So I'm going to sort by newspaper. We're going to try Newsday. Giants might give me some stuff. We'll see. It's not normally how I do it, but I figure, you know what? Try to speed things up a little bit. See if we can find anything. When does the season start for that? Season started September 18th. Okay, probably I already did a video on September 25th. Okay. They won the first game. The Giants might not be the best team. So we did game 2. Citizen Vikings. Whereas like Bud Grant doesn't like give you a lot of stuff. You need like you want like something crazy. Okay, let's try around the NFL. Obviously that's not gonna give me anything. But try to see if like there's any notes of any kind. Reverend Stars 07. I want to show like from the start of the process. You know what's your Bone Crusher? All right, we'll do that. Even though I'll try to find this one. Appreciate your feedback on that one. All right, appreciate you there. A Bone Crusher Network, Bone Crusher. I mean, Network Music Ensemble. All right, here we go. Oh, now we're speaking my language. This is good old-fashioned primetime music. Good old-fashioned primetime music. Yeah, this goes. Ben Johnson, the first ever live edit. It might have been the... I don't know if that was the first ever live edit, but I know it was one of them. It might have been. That might have been the first ever live edit. I can go back and check. The Pro TNT highlights. Yep. This is very 90s. Yeah, Falcon and Prime has. They've done a good job so far. Done a very good job. Yeah, let's see. Edit. First one was Ben Johnson. Yep. This is the 10th one we've done. 10th live edit stream we've done on channel. Grid dust. Okay, we might begin somewhere here. So these are just some random notes. Grid dust. If you were doing that thing, and yeah, I hate that. I hate that. Grid dust. That's what September to December 1977. Yeah, Ben Johnson was the first. Yep. You know, Selleck, that was a crazy win. That was a crazy, crazy win. Yeah, grid dust, I think, is the way to go. Grid dust will tell us some stuff. Get some random notes with grid dust that might be able to help us out here. What's that? The AI tool is not great for daily news, so you're going to get, like, it counts it, like, 10 different times for some reason. All right. We're just going to go day by day and see if we can find something. Van Horn, McVeigh. No, that's nothing. The horns on this are infectious. Okay, so grid dust gives us some footnotes that we might be able to use into something. Okay, well, we're still in the preseason. The season started on the 18th. So if we start, we'll start the 14th. Start December 14th and go from there. All right, here we go. Did I do one somewhere I was in New York? I don't think we did a live ed in New York. I don't think we did one. I could be wrong. I don't think we did a live edit. Yeah, that was great. C minor is a good key for stuff. For highlight music, C minor is a very good key. Always seems to work. Yeah, Ben Johnson, kickoff genius. Let me double check. Just put all 3 teams on a wheel. Yeah, I've tried that before. I did not do one in New York. Nope, I did not do the live edit in New York. Nope. Yeah, sometimes you find something quickly, sometimes you don't. Okay. Nothing there. And this is going to be a lot of trial and error with this, but that's fine. And I want to show you the entire process here. That's college. Oh, they're not going to trade Clark. No. No, the revenue they get is crazy. The revenue that they get from Clark is nuts. Yeah, crisis year, then they somehow win it all. Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to see a team besides Silica Rangers ever win. I think if it couldn't do it this year, it's never going to happen. Okay. Raiders seeking number 1. Okay, now we're in some stuff. How's it going, David? Who's Ron 77? Yeah. It's sometimes process some week in life. Yep. Sometimes it takes a bit. Okay, nothing there. No, nothing. You're going to see the nitty-gritty of all this. All right. Nope. It's nothing to do with NFL. This is NFL. Grid dust feels like our best bet. Grid dust feels like it could be our best bet. The dumbest thing ever in my life. Oh, God, that was so funny. That is so funny. That was a great clip. Surprised I didn't get Fs. Actually, surprised I didn't get Fs. I did not know that, Dexy. Obviously, that's the problem because people bet on that. So, you get a bad scorekeeper and a lot can change. Nah, nothing. Yeah, this is one of those you just go day by day, see if you can find something. Yeah, nothing makes sense with that whole situation. For anyone listening to, there's a playlist of Radio Disney songs from 2003 to 2005. I'm just putting on shuffle. Where it's going to go with that. That fit aged very poorly. Yes, it did. Hell's Grid? I have no clue. It's just their name for footnotes. Yeah, that was the first time I've seen that clip. Immaculate Grid does, yep. I'll do grids during the live edit, too. I will do grids happily during the live edit. Yeah, affects the MVP case. Yeah, I'm not sure she's going to have a chance for MVP this year. I'd be surprised, at least. The one from the Cosby Show. Stream tomorrow. We're doing UFL at 1 o'clock. And then 8 o'clock, we're going to be live for the... Yeah, Boston's out. It's going to be a problem. Yep. Then we'll be live for Game 7. Let's change the playlist, actually. Well, there's one from 2002, 2009. All right, we'll do that. All right, perfect. Let's do that. Well, the thing with that Big Tiger is that I have no problem with that. The problem is, but like, I would have no problem with that in theory. Like, it's not a bad idea. It's more just trying to find stuff can be very tough sometimes. Lost 10 yards of jet rushing. What's the difference between the vids and the streams? Well, the video is I put it through an AI. I don't want to say AI filter, but I record on GarageBand and then I do this thing. There's a website called Adobe Podcast, and I put it through that and it gets rid of the background noise. So that's why. I think so too, Dexy. Yeah, I think Asia's favorite. But yeah, that's why. Because I put it through a background noise filter. So it gets rid of all the background noise. So otherwise you get what I was doing in 2020 and 2021 where it sounded like, did not sound great. Alright. I'm just going to see if Gridus gets us anywhere. I don't know. What gives on that one, Ricey? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. Sometimes they're just songs that just stick forever. It's only podcast now. That's different from audition. Podcast is its own thing where you just get rid of background noise. Clinical psychologist? I think so, yes. If your friends want the coach fired, I think it's too early. Like what they did last year with the coach with all the injuries, I think was very impressive. I wouldn't do it just yet. After a month, if they're still struggling, yeah. Then I get it. Alright. I want, like, grid dust for... Wait, Colts are really 3-1. The season just started. Wait, I'm confused with this. Hang on. What page are we on? 73. Colts are really 3-1. Okay, wait. Young Ideas. Oh. That thing. Okay, I was going to say, I thought it was something stupid. Because of that? That's a dumb reason to fire someone. That's a dumb reason to fire someone. I'm not sure Grid Dust is going to get us anywhere. I'm not seeing anything like... I've seen nothing so far that seemed like remotely interesting. Done that video already. Toughest schedule in the NFL? Cardinals. Easily the Cardinals. That is a gauntlet the first 10 weeks of the season. I'm not sure they win a game the first 10 weeks of the season. I honestly don't know. Like, if you look at the Cardinals, I mean, they're underdogs in every game. That's a gauntlet. Yeah, that'd be crazy, Dexy. You're not going to fire Finch. That'd be nuts. I could see that, David. I could definitely see that. Because he died so young, too. He died so young. Alright, yeah, I'm not sure we're getting anywhere with Cord Dust. Yeah, we're getting nowhere with Cord Dust. It's the trial and error part. Okay, we're going to go around the NFL. 1977. Okay. Summer 1977. I was getting some TV stuff. If I sort by sports, that might work. Carson Beck Mania? God. That would be... Yeah, they're screwed. They are completely screwed. All right. Wait. Yeah, that's crazy, Dexter. You're not you can't trade in. I knew that. Yes, I knew that, David. Yes. The Mariners hopefully don't get swept with the Padres. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Okay, wait. We're starting the Steelers to me as other fans know they're screwed. Yep, other manager does not understand. Nope. Because they're just going to tread water, go 6 and 11, 7 and 10. Yeah, back on. Yep. Dual speakers. Yeah, I want that. You know, I don't blame you, Golden Steel. No, I do not blame you. Anyone else in Arizona? Yeah, Arizona is a mess in so many ways. In so many ways, they're a mess. So let's go Super Bowl. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yeah, I can't make a video on that, but that's pretty funny. Yeah, we did it. We're doing a live edit. Okay, here we go. Around the NFL. This is what we're looking for. Stuff like this is the hot spot. Carlos Jets lose to go 0-17. I think the Cardinals, if they lose that game, I think the Jets have a shot to win a couple. Just because that division's not that good. Cough, cough, Miami. You know, Cardinals are the worst franchise. I am with you on that one. I am with you. They have a bad owner. They're in a tough division. Yeah, the dark days where you didn't make the playoffs. I mean, that's why you don't want. Which Jeff Beck song can we play? Oh, I don't know on that one. We're gonna lose a lot of games. I know that. Oops, that's not what I need to do. Tampa Tribune. Okay. Yeah, the Cardinals are the worst franchise. You know, like they hounded Raven. Like, gotta give him some privacy. That was awful. All right. anything here? Yeah, they could unanimously get picked. I mean, the fact that they were underdogs against the Jets at home is crazy to me. That is crazy to me. Do conference ranking? No, you can't do that. No, I'm fine with divisions. I'm more than fine with divisions. Because everyone's schedule is different. You don't play everyone. Be different if you played everyone, but you don't play everyone. Like NBA, NHL, even MLB, I get it because you play everyone. You don't play everyone in football. You'd be a little worse long-term road? Easily. Yep, easily. I don't think too many bad teams make the playoffs. I don't think so. I mean, obviously, you'll get a below 500 division winner every now and then, but because of the schedule, sometimes it's going to happen. The schedules would be so out of balance if you did it like that. Yeah, get rid of rivalries too. Yeah, it's never going to happen. Never going to happen. Makes Bills the worst. They're cheap beyond belief. They're tone deaf. They put out a video where people just applauded them. They're cheap beyond belief. They're clueless. They don't care about the fans. Red Zone 710, that sounds about right. Charcoal or propane? Propane. Got a Stanley Cup? Nice. They're sturdy. Saw that video with the car that burned down, but the Stanley Cup stayed intact. Seven playoff teams is enough? Oh, more than enough, yeah. 14 out of 32 is fine. Once you get 8, it's not fair to the team that gets the first. It's not fair to that. Who's picking up the tab? Bibbles or Mike Brown? I think Bibbles pick up the tab. Which one's before Sabres? Yeah, before the Sabres. Yours going to be around 500, but on the lower end. Your Cards are going to be in trouble this year. They're not going to win too many games. They're probably going to get the first pick. Making the Beck pick even worse. I'm going to guess you've got the Jets being the worst. I guess you have the Jets. Oh, yeah, the one time, the Cards didn't have any retro stuff. No, they did not. They had nothing. I mean, they don't update the stadium. There's no mention of their Super Bowl appearance. There's literally... Okay, we're good. Yep, I knocked the cord out. Yeah, there was a whole history of the Cardinals section and had nothing from the Super Bowl. It's like, wait, what? How does that make any sense? The Dolphins go 116 with the Dolphins. I mean, I don't get their strategy. Sign a running back to a long-term contract. Get rid of the receivers. Buddy Ryan, Cardinals are easily Buddy Ryan. That team was close to 500. Buddy Ryan, Cardinals in 94 could play. Yeah, we're good now. JP. I knocked the wire out. Sabres win 7. Do they beat the Canes? No, I think the Canes blow out whoever wins. They blow them out. The Bills refuse to acknowledge everything. Yep. You need to move the Cardinals to Utah? No, I don't want them to move. No. I don't want them to no, that'd be crazy. It's definitely not a football city. But I think part of it is also the Bills have sucked the life out of this city. Right, how did I mention the Super Bowl? Because they don't want to pay to update the history part. Dolphins went to the Jets, so they split. Mike Brown's made an effort to some extent. He's still cheap, but he's made an effort. I think the whole Shamar Stewart thing was a joke. Ever ran to an answering store that was close? Oh, many times. But then, like, I can't find the footage, or I'm like, okay, I probably can't make this a vid, but I came close. But yeah, that's happened a few times. Oh, hot wings, yeah, that's definitely not a university. Yeah, exactly, JP. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. They're just dirt cheap. Yeah, the 94 cards were not bad. 95 it fell apart, but 94, they were not bad. They were not bad. Broncos gaming, Glendale gaming, Broncos. So you're not wrong there. Not wrong there. Buffalo, most depressing city in every category. Yep. Especially sports. Yeah, Saints Bengals. Yeah, that's a good example. I need to find footage of that one at some point. Unfortunately, it's not there. Unfortunately. Okay, let me check if Dolphins were 77. Is there? Nope. Not what I'm looking for, at least. Yes, send the Cardinals somewhere like OKC and then resurrect the Firebirds. Can't be any worse. Yeah, the 98 Cardinals made no sense because that point differential sucked. They were fourth quarter comeback merchants. Like, that team had no business making the playoffs. Then they win a game. Then they beat the Cowboys somehow. I don't know how that happened, but... that made no sense. Minneapolis is very cursed, yep. Minneapolis has only 4 teams, and they're all cursed. Makes no sense. What, they got like 170 straight seasons now between the 4 teams without making it to the finals? That should not be possible. Like, I think Phoenix is cursed, and then Minneapolis is like, hold my beer. Carlson fans, amazingly enough, yes. Yes, they have fans, but haven't been to games. I will say Cardinals fans they're very much, generally speaking, the lowest IQ fans I've seen. The Cardiac Cardinals, yep. Cards back to St. Louis to the old dome. Battlehawks. Battlehawks want that. Twins aren't that cursed. How many consecutive playoff games did they lose? They lost like 18 straight playoff games. Twins are pretty cursed. They also have a cheap ownership. Alright, I might have to... call an audible here. Had our Cards fans, they walk up and down the aisle so much during the game. There's no other fan base I've seen that does that. Like, they walk up and down the aisle during games. Consistently, every time I go. They have no sense of feel for the game. And I wonder why those rumors sprung up. Nope. No sense of feel for the game. Oh, okay, wait. If I can find the footage, we can try this. Okay, can I find the footage? Why? Because I have no clue. I don't know why. If I knew why, like, I wouldn't have asked many questions. Yeah, they are just very much... it doesn't make any sense. Oh, too bad. This is a good story. But I can't find the footage. Bengals Vikings 77, there's no footage. I would do this. This is a very good story. The Bills in the NBA and MLB. I think right now Dundon, right now with the Blazers. And then MLB. Legacy owner, that just sucks. Henry's getting there. Another team relocates? No, the Cardinals would not be the first. I think it'd be the Bengals. Falcons second to South? I don't know the quarterback situation. The Cardinals have lost to Dallas in 2005. This would be a time to break the streak, yep. You know, NFC South is a weird division. I have no clue how it's going to play out. Too bad, because I would do this story, but there's no footage. Yeah, walk up and down the aisles because The bill will stick away all the cards, fan and passion. Yep. Yeah, 2 is not going to do anything. Penix, I don't think it's doing anything either. Reinsdorf? That's a good pick, actually. Reinsdorf is a very good pick. Bengals, like Louisville, if they don't... I just don't know at some point the stadium situation. I know they got it fixed, but at some point, I mean, they got hosed on the last stadium deal. If it comes up again, I don't know. Yeah, it's not going to happen. I don't think any team's moving anytime soon. Yeah, the quarterback situation, I don't really like for I do not like for Atlanta. Not at all. Alright, I might have to call an audible on the 77th thing. No footage yet. St. Louis? No, they didn't burn too many times. They gotta get a stadium. I don't think they're getting a stadium. Like, Edward Jones Dome is not good enough. The Dome in America Center at this point. Yeah, the Bucs still second 77. They did. You found some talent. They just gotta figure out the quarterback, and that's the hardest part. Yeah, the Falcons are the most talented team in that division. They just... The quarterback is a mess. But they are the most talented team in that division. Like, if the game was played without a quarterback, the Falcons wiped the floor with everyone in the South. Yeah, the QB's going to hold them back for now. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. Yeah, minus 53, they made the playoffs. Yeah, first time I won these streams, yeah. It's a good one. First Tank Bowl of the season. Oh. Okay, wait. This isn't... Okay. We might have struck gold here. Hang on, we might have struck gold. I think Jets Dolphins week 7. Jets Dolphins week 7. Worst winning season team ever? Probably. Okay, hang on. We might have struck gold. Okay. I want to see if I can find more about this story. This could be something. Okay. The son was losing faith. They pulled me back in. Falcons could have got Murray? Yeah, it would have been better. You mean Todd Bowles. Raheem already got canned. Raheem got canned. Yeah, the runner out fight. Yeah, 17 seconds. That was rough. Thank God we didn't call that. Okay. Let's see what we can find here. Trey for Levis? No. Levis is not good. At least Malik Willis had the raw tools. Levis does not have anything. Well, they got rid of the Georgia Dome. Not of luxury seats. Mercedes-Benz is also gorgeous. Mercedes-Benz is a gorgeous venue. Okay. Okay. This might be something. I want to see if I can find something here. More than this. That's the same thing. But I want to go with this. I want to go with this story. I want to go with this. Yeah, washed up yesterday's reign supreme. Yep. Should I promise you one? One game against the Falcons. We made Dallas the check the same. They won a roof, more luxury seats, and privately funded. Jerry gets control of everything. Well, Jordan wasn't old. It was made in the mid 90s. Looks like a butthole. It does. Yeah, Georgia Dome's not old. Okay. Okay, there's got to be more to this story. There has to be more to this. If not, we can still go with this. We can still go with this. I have an idea in mind for how it's going to go. Okay, I'm going to search it like this. I like the premise of this. The third worst playoff team of all time? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Worst upgrade I've seen, the Casitas in Arizona. Easily the Casitas. Easily Casitas. Okay. Trade for Tanner McKee? I could see that at least. Rodgers bringing it back, he sucks. Rodgers is not good anymore. He has a noodle arm. He went about a month last season without throwing a deep pass. He's bad. He's bad. And the Steelers need to just wash their hands clean. See what you have in Howard and Aller. See if he's the guy. If he's not the guy, then you move on and draft a guy in a deep class in 27. But now you're just kicking the can down the road for no reason. What's about the upgrade? Well, it kicked out a lot of fans that had seats back there. It makes no sense. Like indoor houses inside a stadium. It looks terrible. It looks lifeless. It's luxury seating that makes no sense. There's a private entrance for the casitas that removes a lot of greenland that's outside the stadium that could be used for other purposes. It's bad. The Rangers ballpark where you had to have a roof. But it does look very warehousey. Yeah, the non-losing season streak, I think it's going to end. Yeah, because Rodgers is washed at this point. Dolphins-Vikings, Loki tank bowl. I think the Vikings, look, they went 9-8 last year with Brosmer at quarterback. I think Kyler Murray's a huge upgrade over that. So is Fred Rudolph. I'm going to say fiction. You know, Vikings won't be a tank bowl. I could see him doing well. Like, when you draft a guy like Drew Aller and you have a deep class in 27, you have Will Howard they drafted last year. See what they have. If they're not good, you draft a guy in 27. But you're just kicking the can down the road. You have two uncertainties and question marks at quarterback going into 27. If fans don't know the railings, yeah, but that hasn't happened yet. You know, and Rodgers holding the team hostage like that. No, I think Howard's better than Aller. Yeah, Aller sucked at Penn State. It's him off the injury, too. I think he sucked at Penn State. How you going, though, Victor? Yeah, they just got Kyler. The North is going to be tough this year. That's a division that anyone could win. Nothing would shock me. Okay, I do like where this story is going. Okay, this is more like it. Remember the song in this next vid? I Just Want to Be Your Everything by Andy Gibb. Let's try that. The end zone's for Gillette. I have not seen that. Yeah, but the Casitas, they took away end zone seating for what? I like where this story's going. I like where this story is going. That's an interesting legal question, too. Derek Anderson, JP Lossman, Harrington. Who am I taking? Oh, easily Anderson. It's not even close. Anderson made a Pro Bowl. Anderson in 07 was not bad. Lossman sucked. Harrington sucked. Anderson could play. Clutch plays. Super Bowl. David Tyree helmet catch. The Edelman grab at 51. We're going to go with Tyree, Edelman, Santonio Holmes 43, and I'm just going to go with the Joe Montana's drive in general. Blue Bio. Ooh. You know, Rodgers become nasty rash. Yes, he won't go. Yeah, he won't go away. Got Debbie Boone stick my head, man. Roll into the season with 9, Bruin, Hedy Hex, and the corpse of Jim Verman. Yep. Oh, that'd be a crazy prompt. That'd be a crazy prompt, Racy. I like this story. I like where this is going. Tell you should never change your logo. It looks sick on the helmets. So the first one, I mean, the old logo looked like a flaming thumbtack. It really was just a flaming thumbtack. It was not good. The new helmets and uniforms are nice. Mount 32 more of NFL teams. Dane Triangles are in there, so we're kicking out the Cardinals. Dumbest thing I've seen a team do during their bye week. Oh, man. I mean, Justin Blackman got pretty much suspended for life during his bye week. And I'm saying, yeah, that was not made for football. There were more seats in the upper deck than the lower deck. That stadium sucked for football. Yeah, that's a good game, Kevin. That's a good game. Yeah, we call them the flaming thumbtacks. Yep. Okay, I'm just trying to see if there's anything more. No, these are all just the same stories in different publications from the AP, but that's fine. I guess it's on the boat 100, man. Man, it was worth a shot. That's where they should have dated, yep. That's where they should go. Alright, let me search by name. We got the triangles, yep. I would love that. Alright. Yeah, the Titans jerseys are sick now. They went from the worst jerseys in the league because, again, Titan blue, what does Titan blue mean? There were like 5 different sheets of blue on that. Let me type in the names of the people. Here's one from UPI. The Tri-Bengals. Yep, just for the tries. Why is eating the sideline frowned upon? Because you're not paying attention to the game. Using the restroom? Well, you gotta go, you gotta go. That's your body just, you gotta go, you gotta go. When you eat, you're not focused. Topic of the video? Okay, legal question. The topic of the video, what I found during this process, appreciate you, Kevin. Fan buy season tickets from a friend. And they buy the tickets from a friend. The team makes the playoffs. Who's entitled to the playoff tickets? The person, the original season ticket holder, or the person that bought all the tickets? Who's entitled to that? Game 7, I have both road teams winning. I got Montreal and Cleveland. So we're going to go with that. So, how to say blackout jerseys? Yeah, I'm not crazy about just the black jerseys in general. Fine for it one time a year for like under the lights blackout game, but problem is that there's only so many ways you can do an all black jersey without it looking basic and repetitive. Alright, so that's what we're going to do. So I have an idea in mind of how I want to structure this. We're going to go 1977 Broncos Steelers. So I'm going with the playoff game. Person for the rights forfeit them when they go to the new person? Yo, that was for the regular season. They never discussed playoffs. They never discussed the playoffs. That's the thing. Well, water sense for baseball game, that's different. Baseball games, you're designed to wander around. Okay. So we'll go with Dobler. Todd Bauman, Curtis Painter, Craig Nall. Jeez. I'll take Todd Bauman. He's a Jaguar, I don't want to say legend, but he's a Jaguar icon for everything he did in 2010, coming off a tractor. Not Painter, not Craig Nall, no. Did Nall even play? Like, did Nall even throw a touchdown pass in the NFL? Alright, so that's what we're going to do. Okay, I'm getting the playoff footage. Right, no, it's so basic at this point. Yeah, you're not wrong on that one, Dexy. Okay, so that's the story we're going to go with. Thoughts on Trickman saying Jerry Jones is spinning the narrative? I mean, that's what he's always done. Jones is the master at spinning the narrative. Man, I was doing that since the 90s. Get rid of the footage from... What star and place do you like in my life? I'm going to go Shadow Dancing. I'm going to go Shadow Dancing on that one. Alright, so this is the timeline. So what I'm going to do... And I haven't written the script yet, but I know exactly how I'm going to structure this video. So, I know I need footage from the playoff game in question. It was not Shadow Dancing. Yeah, Pat's still around. Yeah, Pat is still alive and kicking. The family's super talented. Fun fact, people did not see the start of this Broncos game in time because this game went 0-2. Had to be so love. Oh, man. I knew it was a Gib. That's not saying much because the Gibbs were just dominating the late 70s, but it did involve a Gib. That's partial credit. Okay, so see what I'm... Problem is that I can't make it ridiculously small without... Alright. This is a pretty good idea of what I was doing. Okay. Yeah, it's not the most conducive way to do things. Craig Morton! How about that? Craig Morton. That Dallas Cowboys helmet that was up, by the way, if you're wondering what the Cowboys helmet was, that was Craig Morton's autograph helmet. So I was holding that. Okay. And I got a lot of Broncos highlights from 77 showing how good they were. That's fine. Alright. Perfect. Morton, hand up the middle, touchdown. Alright, so I'm just doing all that. Time to be a Raina Fasani, Tom Marinovich. Jeez. I mean, DeVito sort of did that against the Packers. Marinovich had his moments. I mean, he quote-unquote got a team to the playoffs. I'll take Marinovich. Definitely not Raina Fasani. I know that much. Definitely not him. Alright. So we're going to live edit this one. Hi, Bob and Indy. But there was a huge... Yes, there was, yes. Right as I go Northwestern. I saw that, yep. 77 was a good year. I like 79 a lot. What R&B artists turned 60 yesterday? So that would mean they were born in 1966. So if they were getting hits... Keith Sweat? Who is Keith Sweat? I'm going to guess Keith Sweat on that one. Taking triangles of the UFL. Joe Test, Sean McDonough, whoever else. Yeah, welcome to statements that much far below UFL standards. It is not, no. No. Not really. Morton is going to take a beating here. I only want Broncos positive highlights because they did win this game. Let's go on by Franco Harris. Morton, he's open. That was other Babyface. Okay, Jermaine Dupri, I'm gonna go. Janet Jackson was. She turned 60. Wow. I saw her on tour a couple years ago. She looked great. Man, 60. Wow. Oh, you know, that 30 for 30 was great. That 30 for 30 on Marinovich was great. His father was a psycho. That's how not to raise an athlete. That's the fastest way to get him to burn out. Yeah, that 30 for 30, that premiered after a Heisman ceremony. Yeah, Bob and Indy, yep. Bob, yeah, time travel spotted, yep. Time travel spotted, that's why I love, Tom Jackson with the interception, all right. That's why I love editing these videos. All right. So, touchdown. Not number one just yet. Lasers at some point, yeah. At some point. Alright, so there's not a lot of clips from this game. I mean, I can slow it down, but it's not going to look great. So we're going to get clips from the actual game itself. Which Bond movie would have its team go number one? Oh, wasn't it Carly Simon? It's Carly Simon. Nobody does it better. Nobody does it better. Great song. One of the best Bond themes. Right, but nobody does it better. There's some chance to just have to. Rhythm Nation is one of the best albums ever made. Rhythm Nation is incredible. It was. Let's go. Great theme. Spy loved me. Charlie Whitehurst, Tom Tupa, Ray Lucas. Ooh. I mean, Tupa can punt it from the 2-yard line. So I get that. Tupa can at least get you. He can flip the field. Oh, man. I'll go with Tupa. I'm going to go with Tom Tupa on that one. Right, I don't think they have the play-by-play log for this game. So we're just going to be guessing on some of these. That's fine. Just go to the game log. Nope, it's not there. Like, effectively playoff games on Christmas Eve is still nuts to me. Imagine having the holiday ruined. It'd be one thing, like, your team lose on Christmas, it's one thing, but to lose a playoff game. Thank God that's not a thing anymore. I'm just waiting for this video to download, and then we will continue with that. Alright. Just trying to play a little bit of flow, test the mind a little bit. Get it loose and whatnot. There we go. Okay, video is about halfway done to download, so once it's done downloading, we'll get the clips in from that. I'm going to get clips from the 77 Broncos. Then we'll start working on the script. Assuming about an hour until we work on the script. I'm assuming it will be about an hour for that. Then we'll start working on it. Now I think the script's going to take about an hour, so it should be ready by 6 o'clock. Oh, that's crazy, Dexy. Yeah, I mean, they're wide receiver U at this point. They are wide receiver U. They're absolutely wide receiver U. That does not surprise me in the slightest bit. Perfect. Worst whoop, there goes our season moment. The Immaculate Extension by Antonio Brown against the Ravens is up there. But I'd probably go with the Hail Mary by the Cardinals against the Vikings. I'd say Cardinals-Vikings 0-3. I go with that. It's tough to beat that for a regular season game at least. All right. Let me put this in. Tim Boyle, McMahon, Caleb Haney. McMahon. You're screwed either way. You know, Ohio State's going to be in a good spot. They always are. Ohio State's always in a good spot. Okay. They had to get to this game in progress because the other game went double OT. It's the funniest thing. Where you could get that marine invertebrate. Patrick Starr with the interception. It's not what he wanted to cook. One of the all-time greatest moments. That alone justified the NFL's existence on Christmas. That one moment justified the entire existence. And the Tyler Loop kick, yep. That's up there. That's definitely up there. Cartoon villains that aren't super villains. I mean, Dr. Doofenshmirtz. He's not a super villain. He's awesome. Who else did I put on there? In Plankton, Crocker. You know, Ohio State, they're going to keep doing that until the end of time. Which does not surprise me. I'll just go whoever the villain of the day was in Scooby-Doo. Where the hell was that throw, Terry? Where was this throw going? Right at the 8-yard line. All right. That's the worst slogan ever. Have to have one of the following players: Andre Drummond, John Jordan, Andre Roberson. For free throws? Drummond. Yeah, Drummond. What kind of slogan is that? We try harder. That's a dumb saying. Jeez, who am I taking? Rogers. Mojo Jojo? Yeah, I would, yeah. I could start a supervillain on that. We try harder. Great saying. Yeah, I'll take Drummond. He hasn't been that bad at the free throw line this postseason. No chance to take DeAndre Jordan. Davis, we try harder. Yep. The NCAA, we try harder. Yeah, we try to ruin the sport. Yeah, we want dumb advertising decisions. Sure worked on someone, seems the company's still around today, but... They use it for a long time, too. It just doesn't make any sense. You should be always trying 100%. What does try harder mean? It almost feels like you weren't trying hard before. And I was like, oh, we're going to try and help you out this time. It does not give a good connotation. Alright. Just trying to get some highlights from the Broncos this game. I'll slow some footage down and we'll go from there. 5-yard run's not going to do it. What the? That's why I love any moments. Why is Santa filming? We try hard to suck. Yep. Why does Santa have a camera? Oh no, you can't. Yeah, if your hand's right, you can't do that. You know, DeAndre Jordan, yep. I don't blame you there. They think you're a bot. I've done that. That's something to me to a football reference. Yep. That's happened to me before, too. Yep, Santa just filming. Santa with the camera. Other card insurance can be Avis tries harder. Player of the game bit that was sponsored by Avis in '91. Did I know that? Yeah, what he did with the map. Yeah, what he did with the maps was just, that was crap. Like, I have no sympathy for him for what he pulled. Brian Sipier, Dan Lefevre. I love Dan Lefevre coming out of CMU. I love him coming out of Central Michigan, but easily Austin Davis. Not even close. Davis had like a month-long stretch where he looked semi-competent. There was that month-long stretch where Davis looked like the guy. So we'll go with that. All good, JP. John Brown's just been consistent for a while. JP's just been one of those like non-flashy guys, but always put up like 400 yards a season. Brad Pack car insurance problem? Oh, jeez. Terrified how that would look. The only pillar line insurance. Cars are not a pillar. Alright. I'm just trying to get the footage in from this game. Then we'll get footage from the 77 Broncos. I know how I'm going to structure this. I'll write the script when I get all that in. Yeah, some people do footage first, then script. It depends. I'm going in reverse for this one, just because why not? And we figured out the story that we were doing just by doing a random year generator. I thought about doing a Lost One highlight tape. I thought I did. Did I not do a Lost One highlight tape? Back like years ago, I was doing highlight vids just to supplement the history vids, because I knew I had to get myself in the algorithm. That was what they're missing. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Davis Ellison when he asked to own Warner Brothers. Yeah, public transportation, is that a pillar? I don't think transportation is a pillar in general. Unless you're getting pizza. Unless you're getting pizza, wine, or vodka. Or going to church. It's not a pillar. Alright. I thought I did a Lost in highlight tape. Right? Am I not mistaken? Like years ago. Yeah, no, I did, yeah. I did, I need to watch that. Yes, I did. Because back then, what I did was I made highlight videos alongside the history vids, because I knew I need to get in the algorithm somehow. Because people are going to be searching for my history videos, so I was like, let's make highlight videos. People are going to search for that. And then eventually I'll dump the highlight vids and just do history vids, and that was the whole purpose behind that. Yeah, buses should be pillar. Yes, they should. Although we had that one prompt where like you're allowed to drunk drive for like 1 day of the year. For some reason. Because his religion makes no sense. Friendship Telethon? Yeah, that was a great one. The Friendship Telethon was great. We've had some bangers. We've had some absolute bangers. Yeah, we'll see what Bill. We will definitely see what Bill on that one, Dexy. You want Little Caesars, out Pizza the Hut, and bought sponsorship rights? Yep. Papa John's was a great sponsor, and then he went off the deep end. The new Late Show with Al Jones will try harder. First show to have negative ratings. Yep, we are on doing the live edit. Yep. We're back to 77 on this one. You were 12 and 77, yeah. That was my dad's age around 77. Well, Livestream, I forget which one it was on. It was one of the first ones with the religion, so it was sometime around January. Well, Pizza Hut, I never like Little Caesars. Pizza Hut, the personal pans are great. Nine years BV, yep. I like that timeline. The Jaguars were created -2 BC before me. Hang on. Pizza buffets? I never really got into a sit-down Pizza Hut. Like, I think the last time I, like, sat down in a Pizza Hut was, like, when I was, like, 5. He was staring at his leg. You know, even his touchdowns were, like, off the mark. Yeah, but pizza used to be the bomb. From all the videos I've seen and all the photos I've seen of the pizza, it used to be the bomb. The personal pans are so good. All right, give me a second here, guys. I make it to Indy. There's a 9.99 pizza. Oh, man. Yeah, back when, like, Blockbuster was big. Worst player highlight I've done? Oh, I've done some bad ones. I've done ones that are, like, 45 seconds long. I did, like, all the free agents back in 21, and they were, like, there were some crap ones. There were some absolute crap free agents. You got served alcohol when you were 17. Nice. Nice. Definitely something that could not happen today. It was early 80s. Nobody cared. Go back to their roots. They require making good pizza again, and I don't think they know how to do that anymore. Except for the personal pans. What? Wait, this was not Winnie the Pooh? Wait. The bear who... Wait, this is not Winnie the Pooh. Okay, wait. I've seen these old ads. The bear who... Okay, is this a real special? The bear who slept... He looks like Winnie the Pooh. You're telling me this is not Winnie the Pooh? And Disney did not sue. Right, my Christmas looks like Winnie the Pooh. Well, Domino's knew their reach with college campuses. Right, I'm not going crazy. That's Winnie the Pooh. That is absolutely Winnie the Pooh. But apparently it's not. Apparently it's a completely different intellectual property. Guess he's wearing a blue cloak instead of a red cloak? The little brown bear who slept through Christmas. Yes. Yes. Winnie the Berenstain Bear. Berenstain Bear. For great, that Christmas movie should bleed a sigh of relief. Yep. It wasn't public domain back then. The holy snap. Yep. That'd be my nightmare sleeping through Christmas. You're gonna go to the Pizza Hut buffet tomorrow. Let's go. Be your accountability buddy during that. So some pizza buildings still standing, but they're obviously something else. Yeah. I love those. The ones that have the roofs on them, that, like the hats, it's like there's one in Arizona that's like that, but it's like a bank or something. It's like, yeah, no, this was a Pizza Hut. That's why all the buildings are so corporate now, because if they do close down, they want to be easily remodeled into something else. Which sucks, but I get it. Wait. This is a commercial thanking... Wait. What is this commercial? Thanks AC? That's gotta be a company name. They're not thanking air conditioning. Pizza Express, yep. There are a lot of those. So my Blockbuster card, wow. Yeah, the Blockbuster by me closed, I want to say like 20 years ago. Columbus, Birmingham over 45? I'm going to say no. I don't think Columbus gets there. I think Birmingham's going to be good offensively, but I don't think Columbus will be. This looks like Heaney Poo is what my youngest used to call him. Piggets. Oh, that's awesome. 25 years later, still has it. I love that. Pizza Hut still has sit down with the tables or corner off. I made spark plugs. Oh. That would make sense. It looked like Australia. It's like Australian current. I'm like, wait, what? Okay. We're almost through the highlights of this game. Al Callings, yep. Alright. We're almost there. A lot for our friendlies are now Chase Bank. Yeah, friendlies kind of just disappeared. Friendlies ads used to be everywhere. They've now fallen off hard. So friendlies had an outlet center not too far from me. Where's those friendlies? Phoenix. Friendlies in Phoenix. Yeah, there's no friendlies in Arizona. I think probably because Cold Stone is so dominant down here. Because Juicy ran Cold Stone. Burger Chef? Never even heard of Burger Chef. Same Face Pizza Hut, yep. Yeah, there are like no friendlies out here. And Cold Stone is just everywhere. Which makes sense. And they're good. Cold Stone's great. We're also seeing old ads for... I guess they do the electric lights. Like old electric light play for Disney. Five and Diner still a thing? I think so. Let me check. Yeah, that's still a thing. Yep. That's still a thing. I've never been, but that's still a thing. There are some places that look like they're straight out of the 50s in Scottsdale. And there's an ice cream place. I think it's called... Oh, I forget the name of the ice cream place. It's right across from Grimaldi's. The Sugar Bowl. That's what it's called. Sugar Bowl. That's really good. That's 50s style. Almost there. There's not a lot in Boston. I'm surprised with that because there's a lot on Long Island. Burger Show was a franchise owned by the former Colts running back. He was very good in Baltimore. I mean, they made the first Happy Meals. I did not realize that. And they indirectly changed my life. I love collecting Happy Meal toys. At least the good ones. The one that they had for Disney in 2001 was great with the 100-year anniversary. You know, we don't have Charter One. Sugar Bowl Ski Resort in Tahoe? I know there's a ski resort. There's Snowball in Flagstaff. I know that. There's Snowball. The game. No, Sugar Bowl is the name of it's the name of an ice cream place in Scottsdale. Gino's. Never heard of. I know, like in Philly, there's like, well, I think it's like Gino's cheesesteaks or whatnot, but. Maybe I think of something else. Alright, we'll do that. That should be enough highlights from the game because I can slow other stuff down. works. So now what I'm going to do, get the highlight here. I've heard of Citizens Bank. It's not out here, but I've heard of Citizens Bank. For sports-related reasons. I'm going to slow this down. I slow down the NFL film stuff. It looks cooler that way. We'll slow down by 50%. That gives me enough from this game. What I'm going to do is I'm going to reorder these clips in just a completely random order. So they're not all taken chronologically. So I'll split it up like that. And we'll get clips of the 77 Broncos to show off, because I know how I'm structuring this. I have the template in mind of how I want to write this thing. It's completely random how I'm putting these clips in. No rhyme or reason to it. No rhyme or reason to the order whatsoever. We're just plopping these around. Whatever order they go in, they're in, which is fine with me. Yeah, that works. Just make sure there's only duplicates going back to back. Yeah, that works. All right, perfect. All right, so that's that part in. I'm going to start with some clips of 77 Broncos. All right, so now we're going 77 Broncos. So we'll start with this. I like the NFL films breakdowns. Not the season recaps, like the week-by-week stuff. But Gino Machete, he was another great player. One of the all-time greats. And Gino's carried KFC. Did not realize that. Alright, so that's 77 Broncos week 1. I want to get a week-by-week breakdown, so I know what to look for. All right, I have to go for like the perfect. Broncos week 2. I think I just want to do home games for the Broncos because it shows off the season tickets aspect of it. Okay, Geno's is not Philly. Okay. Because I know that. I know Geno's in Philly. But that's not the same thing. Okay. That's why I was confused. Like, I've heard of Geno's, but I don't think that's the Geno's you're talking about. Okay, wait. Yeah, Calais Campbell. And he was good last year, too. That's a crazy part. Calais Campbell can ball. Oh, wait. Hang on. Nice. Some Broncos. Game of the week. This will help. Game of the week. Yeah, this is going to help. This is going to give me a lot of footage. Game of the week footage. It's great. Cheers making a comeback. Ooh. Yeah, Calais is a Hall of Famer in my book. Second team all 2010s. 19 seasons. Walter Payton Man of the Year. I think for my money, he should have won Defensive Player of the Year in 2017 with Jacksonville. I think he should have won the award there. He was dominant. But he's a Hall of Famer in my book. Calais is 100% a Hall of Famer. I wish he was back in Jacksonville because we need some veteran edge depth badly. All right, so what I'm getting right now is I'm getting all the Broncos home games that they won, which was 6 of the 7 games. So they not be the Raiders. Barrelman, yep, he's a legend. Barrelman, back in the 70s, a legend. It was a staple of the old Mile High. Alright, so we're getting all these clips. And then, so what, I don't want to do week 8, because that would be a bit confusing, because he did play in the playoff game. Week 13, that we will do that. Look at the Broncos-Chargers game. Yeah, Harry Kalas, yes. Game of the week is great. The Pats writes, but Gronk in the hole ahead of Vinatieri. Vinatieri should be in. They should both be in the team hall. I think Vinatieri should have gotten in first because he's making the Hall of Fame this year. Yeah, 1-10 each year. I don't like that. Vinatieri will get in. I think it would have been smart to put him in this year alongside his Hall of Fame induction. And put Gronk in next year. Because Gronk's probably going to get into the Hall of Fame next year. Well, to be fair, NJ Card fan, it's more about... I don't think it's more like Rodgers only made one, because it's hard to make a Super Bowl. It is hard to make a Super Bowl. But I think the crazy part is that Rodgers, he made it when he was so young. Marino made one. No, he made it in Super Bowl 19. He made it to one. But Rodgers made it when he was so young, and he got 4 MVPs. And he was knocking on the doorstep so many times. I mean, how many times, at least with Marino, how many times was he really knocking on the doorstep? I mean, you could say 85, obviously, but other than that, I know he made another conference championship, taking on Buffalo in 92, but he wasn't really Marino at that point. Rodgers, 4 MVPs, so many conference championships. Yeah, at least Rodgers won one. 15 in one season. It's kind of crazy how he only made one. Yeah, Bostic, McCarthy, yep. Like, how much went wrong for him to not make another one? Then LaFleur with the decision to kick the field goal at the 8-yard line. Not saying he would have won the game, but you can't do that. That Bostic, obviously. The 51-45 playoff game. Not saying they make it that year, but the 15-1 season, the Hail Mary that they allowed to the Giants, to Akeem Nicks in the end zone at the end of the half. That doesn't happen. They probably win that game. Like, it's genuinely crazy how Rodgers only made one. The whole secondary just dying on him in 2016. Like, he's knocked on... Like, Marino, a lot of his prime was spent not making the playoffs. A lot of his prime was middling around 8-8. Because they had no run game and no defense to speak of. Rodgers, a lot of his prime was in the playoffs in the conference championship game. Yeah, 49 should have been Rodgers-Brady, yeah. I can't believe we never got that matchup. At least 49 was a great Super Bowl. You know, making 4 in a row is hard. Like, I think Brady and Mahomes have warped people's perceptions. You know, they had a stretch for dynamic clubs, yeah. Oh, yeah, they sucked for a while. They were middling. From 86 to 89, they were middling. They were a middling franchise. Yeah, I think Mahomes and Brady have warped people's perceptions. Like, to the point where now the first question people ask after a young quarterback makes it is, like, how many times they're going to win? People are throwing out, like, 4 or 5. And it's like, that is, like, very hard to do. Yeah, that was San Diego Chicken. That was, yep. Packers would have lost had they won against the Seahawks. I don't know. That Seahawks team was not as good as they were in 2013. Yeah, 3 underdogs that won this week in the UFL. Yep. Though, was Orlando... I don't think Orlando was an underdog. Louisville was. Houston was, definitely. Right, 84 they were as good as anyone, but then ran to Prime, Montana. And, well, it wasn't Rice. No, they didn't run to Rice. Rice wasn't even drafted at that point. That was not Rice. They got Rice after they won the Super Bowl. That's the funniest part. They went 15-1, and then they got Jerry Rice. They traded up and got Jerry Rice. Yeah, that team was not... Yeah, that was... Yeah. It's crazy how good they were without Jerry Rice. Like, the Niners dynasty, the first player you probably think of is Jerry Rice. And he had 2 of the 5 Super Bowls. He was not on the team for that. Oh, wait. I'm using that. Scheduled tweet. Schedule tweet. Demmer was signed with LA, man. So, does this imply they have Steve Young on the roster too? Does this imply that Steve Young's still there? If Marino signs with the Express, I don't think he ever makes the Super Bowl. I don't think he ever makes it to the Super Bowl. I don't know what the heck they do. Woodley doesn't go to Pittsburgh. I know that much. Probably ride out with Woodley for 2 more years. They probably get a high draft pick in 1984. 83, they might be okay, but 84, they definitely get a high draft pick. I see if anyone's going to force the rumors going to sign 83. Yeah, I think 83, they still make the playoffs with Woodley. 84, it falls apart. That'd be my guess. Yeah, NHL playoffs were great, yeah. That was a fun game today that we called. That was a fun game, 11 goals. That was fun. Yeah, Colts are nerds, yep. Colts are nerds. Got them. Packers, Pats would have been a coin flip. Super Bowl 49? Yeah, I think so too. I think it would have been. Go Evans, go. They're in a really good spot. I think they beat the Knights. The question is who they beat the Canes in the Stanley Cup Finals. I think they do. I think they do. Tomorrow? Oh yeah, I would say wait, that's Monday, but yeah, technically that's tomorrow. I think the Habs win Game 7. I think it's the Habs. I think it's the Cavs. I think both road teams win, which obviously it's unconventional, but I'm gonna go both road teams. Yeah, Burt Jones could be in the Colts. He could have been a Hall of Famer if not for the injury, because he was dominant. I mean, he won MVP. I mean, he easily could have been a Hall of Famer if he kept it up. Obviously, the 80s came, and then Marchibroda got fired, and everything just fell apart. But Abs or Knights, I'm going Abs. I'm going to go with the Abs. Yeah, Burt Jones was phenomenal. He might be the best quarterback in the Super Bowl era to never win a playoff game. I think that's... If I said it, would that be crazy? I'm trying to think if there's any others I'm like blanking on. But I would probably say Burt Jones is the greatest quarterback to never win a playoff game in the Super Bowl era. Canes or whoever wins Game 7. Canes, easily. Canes in 5. They're well rested. They're a better team. I think Canes in 5. Abs in 6, Canes in 5. That's what we're going to go with. Jim Hart, that's a good pick. Jim Hart's a very good pick. Though Jones was like Hart was great. He was a top 5 quarterback in his prime, but I'm not sure he was ever top 3 the way Burt Jones was. Major League Football? I have not, no. I've seen some clips. Like the way that the balls move is crazy. The spin they get on them. The 2 contending teams from both leagues swept their opponents easily in the second round. The opponents wait longer. Yep. They're going to be in a very good spot. Yeah, very good spot. Like, Hart was definitely top 5 in his prime. Jones was an MVP. That's a great pick. Okay, great shot. We just get Haven Moses just blocking the frame. So we cut that one off early. All right. Just trying to get as many clips from home games for the Broncos that season as I can. We'll put them in a random order. I know how the script is going to go. Seeing the whole process, the whole nitty-gritty of it. It took about 45 minutes to find a topic, but once we found it, we are cruising. Yeah, Terry Bradshaw, Roger Sub, and Burt Jones. Barkowski was not bad, no. He won a playoff game, though. Barkowski won a playoff game. That's an entirely different historic rivalry. Yep. No, this is not the Ravens. And Barkowski could play. He was very solid with Atlanta before injuries got him. I mean, he was cooked. His body was cooked in the mid-'80s, but that Rams stint was just embarrassing. Like a lot of quarterbacks just went to the Rams and just flamed out back then. They're having good careers. Burt Jones, Barkowski, Namath. There's so many. They were the retirement home back then. I love all the shots of the Orange Crush defense. Oh, wait, the Cold Sweat uniforms are classic. The Cold Sweat uniforms with the double stripes are classics. They go back to the... Like, the Broncos should go back to these. The Colts should go back to these. Like, these unis are great. Yeah, 2012 was something else, yep. Yeah, top 3 of the late 70s, yeah, Ryder the Dodger, Terry Bradshaw, Burt Jones. Yeah, what are we ending for? A video from 1977. I'm going to talk about a story from 1977 involving playoff tickets and a question of ownership. Yeah, they won straight franchises, yep. Rosenblum, so yep. Yeah, Rosenblum died way too young. What Rosenblum could have done if he lived longer. Yep, Celtics and Braves Clippers, yep. Yeah, Caleb knows all about that one. The Dolphins all whites, yeah. The throwbacks for the Dolphins are clean. The 70s throwbacks, just go with those and go with the diamond end zones. Just do that. I never should have changed that. No, some of the players remain, yeah. The Colts didn't like trade players with the Rams. Bob McAdoo, yep. Great player. Almost done getting these clips in. Where's LeBron go? Lakers for one more year, then we'll go with the Cavs next season for the retirement tour. One more in LA to play with Bronny. One more in Cleveland. Then I'll call it a career. Because then probably Bryce James comes out. He's going to wait until Bryce James comes into the NBA to retire. He wants to play with Bryce. He wants to play with all his kids. I mean, why not? I mean, he's still a top 15 player. His longevity is insane. We're never going to see that again. Say what you want about LeBron. We're never going to see his longevity ever again. We'll see guys play as long, but not at that high of a level. Most guys that play that long, they're like Udonis Haslem, where the final 6 years are just role players riding the bench. We're never going to see a guy be a top 15 player at this age. I'm just skipping ahead to get the Broncos clips. Here we go. Great throw, Livingston. Great throw. Right in the bucket to the wrong team. There's a move on. Why? They don't want to move on. He's still a top 15 player. They don't want to move on. It's going to be Luka's team. Luka will be the future. We all know that. Luka and Reeves are the future, but LeBron can still play. It's just leverage. No one's touching that record. Nope. Let's say change the season to like 100 games. No one's touching that record. Yeah, that's Livingston. Yep, that's Mike Livingston. And is that Tony Adams? That's Tony Adams at quarterback. And then played for the Vikings in 87 during the strike. He played in 78 for the Chiefs, and 9 years later played quarterback for the Vikings during the strike. I guess they knocked Livingston out of the game. Mike Adams coming in. Man, that's a blast from the past. Man. LeBron and Bronny are the highest five-son scoring duo ever? Yep. Just surprised me because there's like, who else are you going to have? Yeah, Steph and Dell. Right, they're going to have money for Reeves. Yeah. Signing LeBron doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to sign Reeves. It's not an either-or situation. You have to sacrifice some bench depth. You get LeBron and sign Reeves, you have to sacrifice bench depth, but it's not an either-or situation. Yeah, Morton was really good at Denver, yeah. He lasted a while there, too. It's crazy because he sucked with the Giants. Like, when the Broncos got him, I mean, he was a broken quarterback. The Giants, like, beat him up. The Hardaways are up there, too, yep. Like, he was second in the MVP voting. I don't know what happened here. What the heck happened here? He was second in the MVP voting. Like, Warner was very good. I think people just have a warped perception of him because of how bad he was in that Super Bowl. But he was very good in Denver. Solid quarterback. Rousey was a 17-second fight. It was not worth paying attention to. The time I took to answer that question, the fight was over. Yeah, it went about as you'd expect. All right, perfect. So those are all the clips. Okay. Yeah, we got a desktop shop. Yep. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed F3 by accident. All right. So now we're going to order these clips in a random order. Just move them around. The Washed Up Vets took over all the headlines yesterday. Yep. Took over everything. Just want 2 clips from the same game in a row. That's all it comes down to on this. If at all possible. Might not be possible, but we're going to try and make it work. That's fine. So I'm just reordering this. They're said by the Gap Band. I do love You Dropped the Bomb on Me. I think that's a phenomenal song by the Gap Band. I do love that one. If they had that at karaoke, I would crush that one. Okay, move those around. Yeah, but I just don't want 2 clips from the same game. That's fine. But you know how I'm going to structure this? Yeah, so we can be done with the clips by 1 o'clock my time, and then probably about an hour on the script. Yeah. I have it down to a science at this point, did I not say? A power slap? Oh, man. Yeah, I do not follow power slap that closely, so you're going to have to inform me of that. Yeah, Ferguson was Bill's quarterback. Yeah, he played forever. You see, they went to the Colts and the Lions. Yeah, he would have come into the league in like 72. I think he into the league in like 72. And then he was playing until like 89, I want to say. Jags schedule, what do you think the end of season record will be? 11-6. That sounds about right. I think 11-6 if everyone stays healthy. It's a tough first half of the stretch. It gets a bit easier second half, but first half's kind of a gauntlet. That sounds a good song. I'm just saying my favorite one by the Gap Band is You Dropped a Bomb on Me. I'm just saying that was my favorite one. Yeah, I know this is outstanding. I was just saying Gap Band. Like, I do like that song. Alright. So all the clips are in. I've split them up between clips from the Broncos-Steelers game and clips from the home games of the Broncos played in 1977. So that's that. Yeah, 73. 1990. He made it into the 90s. God. He was washed by like 82. He was washed after the Bills collapsed in 82 after the strike. God. That's a fun game. Ask people who the quarterbacks of the Bills were from 83 to 85 before Jim Kelly came in. Cowboys 11-6. I think they make it to the playoffs. I think the Cowboys win the division. And they're going to be in a good spot. All right. So now it's time to write the script. All right. Just to show, I just like showing this. Write a script about the ticket controversy. Yeah, let's just see if it even knows what I'm talking about. I like doing this on the live edit streams just to see if it just spews out nonsense or knows what the heck I'm talking about. Oh, God. Oh, God. It's going to make something up. This is going to make something up, isn't it? This is going to make something... This is going to completely make something up. I'm terrified. I like doing this on live edit just to see, just like to show like I do not use AI on these things. Because it just spews out random crap. Okay. Okay, let's just see. Not expected to win. They were the favorites. It was at home. What do you mean not expected to win? They were the literal favorites. They were the literal favorites. Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. According to the story, Lyman Rhodes was working ticket operation into the stadium entrance. Jesse LeBang was a credentialed game day staff coordinator. This is not even remotely true. Yeah, Ferragamo was 85. Yep, Ferragamo was 85. Former Rams quarterback from Super Bowl 14. He went to the Packers, too, right? He went to the Packers in 86, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, then counterfeit tickets. All good, Golden Steel. All good. They made up a section. What? Giants, they could. If Dart stays healthy, they could. What? None of this is true. They just made up crap. So apparently 2 fans stood on the sideline. They got moved to the sideline because the ticket didn't exist. And the noise they created impacted the game. What? Yeah. Yeah, to do it, Jason Evans, that'd be cool. Yeah. Yeah, I remember those tweets. Yeah, I think those were comedy. I think those were made up. I don't know if they actually did it. I think those were made up. All right. Hang on. One of the playlists I'm listening to. It is this one. While I edit. Radio Disney 2003 to 2005. Some clunkers in here, but there's also some bangers. So, we're going with that. How's it going, Bob? Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you being here. Let me just... It's going alright, Bobby. It is going alright so far. I'm just trying to... What I do sometimes, I play this game called Spellbee, where, like, every day it gives you, like, 7 letters. You have to make words, and there's a center letter and everything. And it helps me with just keeping the mind fresh during this. Bring up the monotony. So I'm just trying to do as well as I can on this. Yeah, left channel. Yep. Yep. Left eardrum only. And the Giants can do well, yeah. Yeah. Taste what you... I have not. No, I'm going to do that next. I'm doing that next. I love that game. That is like a genius game. I'm going to do that next. I just want to get to salad on this. That's not a great bitter combination for this one. that. Okay, let's do the Geo Sports. Okay, here we go. Number 1. Josh Allen, okay, Wyoming. Okay, that's easy. Cheyenne, I think they're here. Oh, wrong side of the state. That's fine. 86 points. Larry Bird. Okay. I don't know where he grew up, but... I mean, played for Indiana State, so... I'm gonna guess. Yep, okay. Somewhere in Indiana. Yep, got that. Jason Terry. Okay, got that one right. Yep. John Isner. Okay, well, that's easy. I know where London is. Just put on the Thames. Fine with me there. 100 points there. And then Roberto Clemente, he was going to, I believe it was Puerto Rico. Okay. I believe it was Puerto Rico. Oh, whoa! I was way off on that one. It was Nicaragua. Was way off on that one. You know, neighbors should be okay. Yeah, French Lick, Indiana. Yep. Yeah, I didn't know whether it was in Indiana. 8-13. 8-13 today on the on that. 8-13. I was way off on. Was way off on that one. That's fine. 8-13's not bad. I'm fine with that. I'll take 8-13. That's a fun game. That's a really fun game. I followed him for a while, too. I followed that account for a while, and man. Speaking of what I just wrote, let me see if I got the autograph bat. I don't think... Come on. I hope I did. Hang on. Did I win it? Did I win the thing? Holy crap, I won. Let's go. Holy crap. Lourdes Gurriel autograph baseball bat. Let's freaking go. I have no idea on that one, Joe. I have no idea on that one. Hey, how I wear my headphones? Yeah, it's just more comfortable this way. I can't explain it. Just more comfortable. I like having one ear exposed. I don't know why. I just want a Lourdes Gurriel autograph baseball bat with my points. Let's go. Another bat for the studio. Lourdes Gurriel. All-star player, too. Was the next series to go to the finals? I think Cavaliers win tonight. trying to think of a name that wouldn't make the audio crap. Like Chuck would be... Chuck would work. Barry and Chuck. That works. I've never read a Barry in real life. Yeah, neither have I. I was thinking about the certain YouTuber named Barry, and I was like, why not? How to start to Alib, what not to Alib? It's entire... Well, I mean, I have the script written out, but it's more just whatever I'm feeling. So I write the script, I read it word for word. If I want to add something in between, if a joke comes to me off the top of my head, I go with it. Completely off the cuff. Completely off the cuff. It's one of those where you just... Sometimes you feel it. Sometimes it doesn't work out, but... It's entire... Like, I write out all my scripts. Everything's word for word. But sometimes I'll, like, be reading them like, I don't want to read this part. Or I'll, like, come up with a different example and do that. Thunder Spurs go 7, I think go 6. I think Thunder win in 6. But it's going to be a great series. So I can't believe I found this story. Alright. I'll do the basic stuff. Was it 21st pick? I do not know. I think they'd be crazy to do it. I think you got a chance at a stud in either Peterson or DeBonsa, whoever you take, don't trade it. You have a chance to win now. You know, the Wizards have a chance with that starting lineup. They need a lot of depth, but you have Sorry, you have Young, you can probably fetch something out of Davis, or if Davis stays healthy, you have something there. Guess this could be DeBonsa. No, I don't have a copy and paste. No. Because I type in like 20 seconds. I mean, to be fair, you know me, I'm a fast typer. To be fair, I'm an extremely fast typer. It would actually slow me down to find the thing and then copy and paste it and then re-edit the font because it doesn't come in regularly, so... I'm pretty good skipping past that part. Yep. So the comment made tab like no. It's only like 20 seconds. It's the obligatory. It's the part that it's definitely my least favorite part of each vid. It's definitely not something I like putting in, but it's one of those like YouTube rewards it. It's like, really, I gotta do this, but it helps apparently. Engagement's higher when you do that versus when you don't. And can't explain it, but that's just the way it is. Right, let me just run to the bathroom. We'll be right back. We'll just run to the bathroom, and then we will pick up the script. I would think about 30 more minutes of a script, because usually the scripts are about 4 pages, 3.5 pages, and right now we are at about a page. So give me a second. Be right back. Let me run to the bathroom, stretch my legs for a bit, because the RLS is starting to get up there a little bit, but we're good. We have the font. Control-Shift-V does. What? Control-Shift-V? Wait, I actually don't know. But they also get what I'm sorry. What? Oh, that'd be good YouTube poop. That'd be a very good YouTube poop. All right, give me a sec. Be right back. All right, here we go. Yeah, no, I saw that fight. Yeah, 17 seconds. Yeah, that sucked. That sucked. It was a waste of time. Pace of formatting? Ooh. I did not know that. Uh, 17 years. Yeah, I think everyone thought it would go longer. 17 seconds is a joke. 17 seconds is an absolute joke of a fight. Everyone thought it would go at least one round. Do I re-record that? Yes, I do. I re-record that every time. Well, because I go in one continuous shot. It's just easier that way. Because it's only 20 seconds. It's one continuous shot. I don't re-record the ending. So whatever the tag out is, like, be sure to hit that be sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and check out our streaming schedule, all that. At the end of each video, I don't re-record that. No, that's set in stone. But I just go in one continuous shot. It's easier on the audio. It's actually quicker to edit that way, oddly enough. Yeah, have the video hasn't changed my skip math. Yep. Yep, add that one line. Yeah, but now other visualization. Yep. Yeah, got rid of that at least. Just thank God for that. Yeah, now just start it right away. The Burger King thing? Oh, yes, that was great. When I did that switch up. Yeah, I had to do a Whopper one. As soon as I figured out the Burger King video, as soon as I discovered that, I'm like, yeah, we're doing that. A Subway Surfers joke? Yep. You unironically have other stuff on the stream while the fits are on. Makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm just looking up defensive stats here, just to get an idea. McGregor Holloway's confirmed? Yes, I did see that. McGregor's washed at this point. I want to like that fight more than it actually is. You can't imagine sitting down and staring at the same 3 slowdown highlights. Yeah, well, I did that back then to pad the runtime. Back when I was making highlight videos, just to get into the algorithm, that was to pad the runtime. Because the longer the video is, the better it does in the algorithm. For whatever reason, that was how it worked back then. It's not like that anymore. But that's what it was. That's what it was back then. So right here is going to be the transition. Oh, the visuals, yes. Oh yeah, those, yes. Now I have a bunch of newspaper archives. Let's figure out how I want to do this. Alright, so this is a newspaper article I'm going to use. MVP of the NBA? SGA. It's going to be SGA. So I have these newspaper archives. Alright, that works. Alright. So we're going to screenshot this. Lyman Road sounds familiar. I brought him up earlier. There we go. What passed away? Okay, wait. Different post. Yeah, okay, so he passed away. Okay. Oh, you can't see what I'm writing. I did not see that podcast. No, I don't really watch a lot of podcasts. That's a crazy pairing, though. I don't really listen to a whole lot of podcasts. He's still alive? Oh, this guy's still alive. Maybe. I don't know. You know he pissed. Oh, that's crazy, Mr. Rowan. That is crazy. I cannot do math. What age? Yep. There you go. Truck bell, yep. exact line I was from. It is not. No, it is not the exact line. Just trying to get the exact quote. LeBron's past MJ? No. Kobe Bryant? Yes. Passed Kobe a while ago. He passed Kobe a while ago. MJ, no. Would I do that? I would, but that's a little bit different because it all depends on how much money you're willing to spend. That's the other thing, too. It entirely depends. If you're not an attorney in that field, different story. Like, I'm assuming this guy is not a ticket attorney. Like, Rhodes is not an attorney that deals with ticketing and property rights. He was dealing with other stuff. If you know the field, different story. Yeah, Braves reached 30. There's 5 teams above 500 in the AL, so there's 1 team in the playoffs right now that is below 500, which is crazy. Crazy. Yeah, Kobe's overrated. Kobe is a great player. Top 15 all time. Top 10 all time. But he's not top 5. Braves are good this year, Wheels, but I think the Dodgers repeat. Yep. Money speaks. I think the Dodgers repeat. Yeah, they're hard to deal with. Yep. Especially after the Bam 83. I mean, that was crazy when they were like, he should have stopped before 81 to honor Kobe. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, Bam should have stopped at 78 to honor Kobe. Like, no. Yeah, I can tell on that one, Wills. I can tell on that one. Yeah, you can't do that, Mr. Elvin. Yeah, exactly. Well, 6 is different. I'm fine retiring 6 across the league because he pretty much broke the race barrier, and he's a legend. Like, you gotta be like a civil rights activist for something like that. Yeah. If the only numbers I'm okay with being retired across the entire sport in anything are 42. If you want to retire Clemente, I have no problem with that. Russell. I'm not even crazy about Gretzky. I'm honestly not even crazy about Gretzky. I mean, Gretzky's a legend, obviously. But even that, it's like, teams won't retire him, be my guess, but he was just a great player. You're born in California, nice. Born on the West Coast. The 6 I'm okay with. I'm okay with Clemente if they ever want to do that. I'm not sure they ever will. Robinson, obviously, I'm okay with. Russell. Yeah, it's unique. I wonder if it was like a single-digit number, if it'd be different. Angels ruined Trout. I mean, he had every opportunity to leave. He had every opportunity to leave that organization. But we're talking like league wide. I'm fine with if you don't want to wear personally or like teams retiring jerseys. That's different. Yeah, retired 6 unofficially. Yeah, I wonder why. But they won't issue the funny on their brother. Nope. Well, it should have. I mean, if they did issue the funny number and they had Grady Dick wearing the jersey number, that'd be the highest selling jersey of all time. More Cowboys than other players wear 88. That's their tradition. What the Cowboys do is they let their top receiver wear 88. 466, yep. Like, that's their tradition. They let Des Bryant do it, CeeDee Lamb, Drew Pearson. First of all, I don't even think Michael Irvin's the best one to do it. Drew Pearson's better. Drew Pearson was miles better than Michael Irvin. Miles better. But that's their tradition. Which is, it's almost like soccer. Soccer, the number 10 jersey goes to your best player. The Cowboys sort of have it like that. Each franchise is different. That's what they do. If you want to look good on him, 88 looks a lot better. That one jersey swap, yep. That was a great one. That was a great one. So you're looking at what's if the quarterback, kicker, or a punter. I agree. I agree. I actually 100% agree. One's a little bit different. One looks good on pretty much anyone. Maras be slightly above 500 at best by the end of the season. Look, I said the A's are going to be a good team this year. I did say the A's are going to be very good. The D-backs, inconsistent. A lot of injuries, but just gotta tread water. Inconsistent. How's it going, Shep Dog? Appreciate you being here. The Airman's using can torture him. Yep. When the legal fees be worse than the price of the ticket? You know, if the game's sold out, it's different. It's different nowadays because if the game's sold out, small claims court, but also if the game was sold out back then. It's not like now where you can just hop on SeatGeek and just be like, you know what, screw it, I'm just gonna buy the tickets myself and not go through this hassle. Because theoretically today, you could be like, you know what, screw this, I'm gonna just buy the tickets on SeatGeek or Ticketmaster or something. But back then, that wasn't the case. Oh, it's expensive, oh yeah. But yeah, it wasn't as simple back then, Mr. Irrelevant. Back then, that included waiting in line at a ticket booth for hours on end, not knowing if there were any tickets available, or trying to scalp it off someone and not knowing if it's a real ticket. It was a different time. It was a different time. The virus drama, yeah, about time it's over. Just glad it's finally done. Even though it sucks. He should not be on the team. 90s for next week? Wow. Yeah, it's been in the 90s this whole year pretty much out in Arizona, but see, different parts of the country, different story. Yeah, I think the Pats are due for regression. I think they're definitely due for regression. Their schedule's a lot tougher. That offensive line is patchy. That offensive line is still pretty patchy. Yeah, parts of Arizona freezes. Yep. It's crazy. Yeah, Sedona is very much like that. And Glendale, nice. Yep. Like Indy 500? Yeah, never been. But it's on a lot of people's bucket list. Yep. Never been to a race. I've never been to a race. You know, Phoenix Speedway is right in my backyard. Like 20 minutes away. Say 5th in Glendale. Yeah, I know where that is. I actually know where that is. That's scary. I actually know where that is. Having been to Glendale many times. I actually know it's that area. A friend that lives in Glendale, so I've been down that path a few times. It's qualifying today, yep. Oh, that sucks, Wills, yeah. No, I don't have a ton out. Like, I have some out here, but it's not as many as I would like, only because, like, it takes me a while to get going. And right as I was starting to find the rhythm, COVID happened, and then everything just kind of fell apart. But it's all good. Worked out for the best. Cup playoffs are great, yeah. So, yeah. I mean, cup playoffs are just a whole different atmosphere. Yeah, but a home playoff game in the NBA, those are intense. I've been to a few with the Suns. Those are nuts. title this. And I also want to add to this. And if you want to see word count, what these usually are, yeah, about 2,700. That's about what these scripts usually are. It's worse than not being remembered at all? That's a good question. That's a good question. Philosophers will debate that till the end of time. There we go. Chris Pumpkin went to the night we limited the caps in 16. Yep. Man. Alright. So there we go. Yeah, another 100 words to that. That's fine. Right, that's zero problem. Yep. There's no way to fix it. Yep. There might not be, at least. There are some ways. Alright. So now that's done. The clips are in. The script is done. We found our story. In a 3-hour stretch, we... Just to recap what we've done so far in this live edit stream. A 3-hour stretch, we got all our clips in. We have our script. 3,000 words. We have all our clips. And we have our story, which we did not have for the first 45 minutes of this. So, let me just... I can already tell this can be on the longer side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to slow this down a little bit. Slow down some of these clips, just to 90%. So you won't be able to tell that's any slower. But it will be there. So now I'm going to record the script. Now it's about recording this bad boy. So we'll record this. I'm going to slow this down to 40. Slow this one down a little bit more too. Slow down to 60. Slow this down to 40. Yeah, anything that's NFL Films is going to be slowed down to 40. Even that one, we can set it to 60. Just don't want to run out of clips, that's the thing. That one's fine where it is. This one will go to 40. This can go, we'll go 60 on that. Yep, that's good speed. This will go 40. Yeah, that's awesome, Shubdog. That's going to be quite the memory. That's got to be quite the memory. Perfect. Yeah, we'll slow that down to 60. This down to 40. That one's at a good speed. That's a good speed, too. I don't know if there's like an end clip to this, just in case, but let me see. The ending clip. Oh, not that. That's too far out. Yeah, this is a good ending shot. So we'll end on this shot. I actually like this shot a lot. We're going to end on this shot. Yeah, we'll end on that shot. Oh, see what's the blue end zone? That's not the Steelers. This is at the Broncos Stadium. This is Mile High Stadium. That's not the, this game was not at Three Rivers. This game was in Mile High. Yeah, we'll end on that shot. But back then, they used to have, some stadiums used to paint the end zone for the other team. Like, there are games at Tulane Stadium where the Saints used to play, where they played the Giants and they painted a Giants end zone. It's bizarre like that sometimes. Like, back then, end zones were weird, but this one was in Denver, so Broncos had the blue end zone. End zone Pittsburgh will be gold, yes. The Steelers, if the end zone start with STE? Oh, wait, hang on. Yeah, back then, they painted the name of the team that they played. Wait, STE? Oh, star the clip. Okay, let me check this. That's a good question. I did not even notice that. Okay, so you said star the clip. There was an STE. Okay, that's Colts. Okay. Where? Okay, so NFL logo. S. It's not STE. Oh, wait, okay, wait. I see ERS. Wait a second. Wait, hang on. That is ERS. Wait. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, they painted the team that they played. And then they kept it. I wonder if they did that for the Raiders game, too. Hang on, let me check. Did they do that when they played the Raiders? Did they do that when they played Oakland? Let me check. Now I'm curious. Now I'm very curious. That's the Broncos end zone. That's this Broncos. Oh. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay, yeah. So they did it. They kept both end zones blue, but they painted the opponent name. Like Raiders are blue. So that's what it was. That's what it was. Like, that's RA. This is Raiders end zone. I don't know why they did it like that, but both end zones at Mile High were blue. They just painted the team name white. Looks kind of funky. Just a weird relic of the 70s. It's a very weird relic of the 70s. That's a good point. That's a good point. All right. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to record the script. I'm not looking at the chat for the next 15 minutes. The goal is try to get this in one take. If I don't, it's all good. The goal is try to go in one take, though. You let me just spit my post-game names on the field. Yeah, it's bizarre. It's bizarre how that worked out. Yeah, the 70s were weird like that. There are a lot of teams that painted the end zone of the opposing team. For, like, I guess some hospitality. Like, we're all in this together, like, make them feel welcome, but, like, I think it looks dumb. Like, that's a relic of the 70s I'm glad does not exist anymore. If you're wondering how I record, I do it all in GarageBand. My Blue Yeti mic. I'm going to set by time. I go narration vocal with 04 voice. So that's what I do. Not going to look at the chat during this just because I'm just going to read the script. Try to get in one take. Then we put it in Adobe Podcast. Then we edit everything. And then we upload it to YouTube. And it should be out by 8 o'clock Eastern time. We're making great time on this. So we should be good. All right. I just realized my whole leading thing was off. Okay. Last call for the chat before I just turn away for a bit. Yep. Action soon. Yep. Right on that one, Ricey. All right. Here we go. Let's do this thing. Wait, lump in my throat. One quick drink. There we go. All right. Here we go. What's the best part about having season tickets? For some, it's the fact that you get to sit in the same seats every time, and you can build relationships with the people around you. That seat feels sacred, and that section brings back memories every time you're at a game. For some, it's the added perks that you get, like exclusive items, discount on local businesses. We're going to try that again. If it's that early in the script, I'll redo the whole thing. Obviously, if it's later in the script, it should be discounts, not discount. I don't like how that sounded, but that's fine. But for something like that, if it's that early, I'll redo the whole thing. If it's later on, obviously, I just move on from that. So, take two, but again, just want to do it in one go. What's the best part about having season tickets? For some, it's the fact that you get to sit in the same seats every time, and you can build relationships with the people around you. That seat feels sacred, and that section brings back memories every time you're at a game. For some, it's the added perks that you get, like exclusive items, discounts on local businesses, and so on. But for a lot of people, the best part about having season tickets has to be the fact that not only do you get first dibs on playoff tickets, but you get playoff tickets at face value. I've heard people say that for most teams, buying season tickets is like betting on your team to be successful, where in many instances for sports like baseball, basketball, and hockey, especially if it's a team that does not sell out, it makes no sense to buy season tickets when you can buy tickets for cheaper on the secondary market. However, if they're good and you get the extra games, it's 100% worth it. Heck, speaking from experience as a fan of the Arizona Diamondbacks, who had season tickets for the 2023 playoff run when they made it to the World Series, the cheapest ticket to get into the stadium for each of those 3 World Series games was somewhere around $500. I was getting in for way, way less than that. If you have season tickets, you're not paying 4 figures to watch your team in a playoff game at their home stadium. You're not constantly refreshing, trying to find the best deals. In the days before the internet and online ticketing, you're not scrambling to figure out if the game is sold out or not, or sweating at the ticket office, wondering if there's a ticket left. You're not panicking whether your ticket is real or counterfeit when you buy it from a man outside the stadium. So I'm going to give you a hypothetical scenario. Suppose your name is Barry, and your friend is named Chuck. You decide that you're going to give your season tickets for the year to Chuck. You can't go to the games for one reason or another, but you don't want to sell your season tickets. So you let your friend buy them off of you. Chuck goes to every game, and then your team makes the playoffs. Barry wants to go to the game, and he was the one whose name is on the ticket. Chuck says, "Not so fast, my friend. You gave me your season tickets. That includes the playoffs." Barry says, "No. You bought the season tickets for the regular season off of me. We never talked about the playoffs. Who is the owner of the tickets? Who gets to go to the playoff game? Is it Barry or is it Chuck?" Well, this isn't just a bizarre law school hypothetical that makes your head spin in circles while the gunners in the class try to show off and ask about other hypotheticals added onto it. Like, what would happen if the facts of this case were entirely different, while the rest of us just want to move on and are questioning why you can't ask this in office hours because now you're confusing the rest of us and wasting all our time. And no, I'm not still having flashbacks about that every night when I go to bed. And no, law school definitely did not scar me for life. Thanks for asking. I bring this up because with the team that you've been watching this entire time, as in the 1977 Denver Broncos, this hypothetical was real. And it's a story about season tickets and ticket ownership that's so bizarre that nearly half a century later, it deserves a deep dive today. Because this is the story behind one of the craziest ticketing controversies in the history of the Denver Broncos and in the history of the National Football League. Make sure you hit that like button down below, subscribe, hype up that video, and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss a single video that we post on the channel. Because we post every single day on here about the weird and the wacky history of the NFL with stories like this one that you may not have heard of before. So if you like that sort of stuff and want to learn more, then this is definitely the place for you. Thanks in advance for liking and subscribing, and for hyping up the video, and for helping us grow this community. And with that in mind, let's talk about the Mile High meltdown over tickets at Mile High. But before I talk about what exactly went down, we need some context to understand just who the 1977 Denver Broncos were and how good of a team they were. For the first 17 years of the Broncos' existence as a franchise, they were snake-bitten and had never made it to the playoffs, being the only team in the AFC outside of the expansion Seattle Seahawks to never have a playoff appearance under their belt. After the controversial firing of John Ralston after the 1976 season, despite a 9-5 record, a lot of people thought heading into 1977 that the Broncos would be fine, but nothing spectacular, likely hovering around mediocrity, especially with a tough schedule that had them taking on the defending Super Bowl champion Oakland Raiders twice, the Dallas Cowboys, the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Baltimore Colts, and others. Of the 28 franchises in the NFL, the Broncos were right at the middle of the pack when it came to their odds according to Vegas to win the Super Bowl. And seeing as only 8 teams made the playoffs, with 4 teams making it in each conference, very few people thought that the Broncos were going to do much of anything in 1977. And very few people thought that this was the year that the drought was going to be broken. The majority of people were wrong. Dead wrong. Because in 1977, the Denver Broncos emerged as one of the best teams in all of football. Starting quarterback Craig Morton, who was acquired from the New York Giants after the Giants gave up a first-round pick to get him, only for him to flop in spectacular fashion for the team, had the best year of his career, throwing 14 touchdown passes and finishing second in the MVP voting, only behind Chicago Bears running back and Hall of Famer Walter Payton. Oddly enough, despite finishing second in the MVP voting, Morton did not make it to the Pro Bowl. Imagine that. The Broncos started the year 6-0 and never looked back, en route to a 12-2 season where they got the number 1 seed in the conference. And of course, a big part of that was the Orange Crush defense, one of the greatest defenses in the history of football. Denver finished the 1977 season allowing just a hair over 10 points per game, holding their opponents to single digits in half of their games, and only allowing more than 14 points one time all season. Between the Steel Curtain, the Grit Splits, and the Orange Crush, 1977 was a great year for defense, but I digress. To give you an idea of how good the Orange Crush was, against the defending champion Raiders, they had a game where they forced 8 turnovers. No one could run on the Broncos whatsoever, as the Broncos allowed just 5 rushing touchdowns and 3.3 yards per carry all season, which was, unsurprisingly, the top total in football. And the Broncos were so good defensively that they had a whopping 6 players, so more than half their starting defense, receive either Pro Bowl honors, AP All-Pro honors, or both. The wait was finally over. For the first time in franchise history, the Denver Broncos were going to the playoffs. And up next for the Broncos was this game right here. A divisional round battle on their home field against the Pittsburgh Steelers, winners of 2 of the last 3 Super Bowls. And for Lyman Rhodes, an attorney in Denver who moved to Denver in the 1960s and adopted the Broncos as their team, this was a big moment for him. Oddly enough, Rhodes worked in sports during the 1980s and even did some free agent scouting for the Denver Broncos, but that's years down the road. Rhodes decided to buy season tickets for the Broncos for the 1977 season, buying them off of his mailman, Jesse LeBang, who he was friendly with. And obviously, there's a big emphasis on the word was, as you're about to find out. I'm not sure why LeBang sold the tickets to Rhodes. Maybe LeBang couldn't attend the games in 1977 for some reason, or maybe he was disgusted by the firing of Ralston and thought he was just wasting money at this point and decided to cut his losses. Regardless, Rhodes went to every home game during that campaign and was at Mile High when they went 6-1 across their home slate. This was back in the days of paper tickets, so LeBang handed Rhodes all of his tickets at the start of the season for a predetermined price, and Rhodes would go to the 7 games. However, now there is an 8th game. Now you have this playoff game at home with the Broncos against the Steelers in the divisional round on Christmas Eve. So naturally, Rhodes, who bought the season tickets off of LeBang, was expecting LeBang to give him the playoff tickets. And LeBang said, "Nope, these aren't your tickets. I'm still the owner of the season tickets. I'm going to the playoff game with the tickets that I bought." Which, of course, raises the obvious question. Whose tickets are these? Rhodes made a deal at the start of the season with LeBang to buy his season tickets. Season tickets include first dibs at playoff games. LeBang, however, was the original owner of the tickets. Rhodes felt that he was entitled to the tickets because he bought LeBang's season tickets all season, and LeBang felt that he was entitled to the tickets because he was the name on the account and the Broncos gave him the tickets directly. And this dispute between the two got so heated and so ugly that it ended up going to court, which I can't say I'm surprised by, seeing as Lyman Rhodes was literally an attorney, so he knew a thing or two about the legal process and felt extremely confident that he was going to win the case. If a lawyer hates your guts so much that he's willing to take you to court himself, that's when you know, especially when the lawyer is dishing out money to hire another lawyer to represent him. Yeah, before I get into the details of the case, Rhodes did not represent himself, as he hired a lawyer to represent him, which is how you know he's ticked off and how you know he knows his stuff. Because any lawyer worth their weight will never represent themselves in court, because they know how freaking stupid that is. That old saying that he who represents himself in court has a fool for a client held true here. In the court case, Rhodes and his attorney argued that when he bought the season tickets off of LeBang, that this was for the entire season, and not just the regular season. We don't know whether there was a written contract for these tickets, or if everything was orally done, which, by the way, never agree to anything orally with something of this magnitude. However, what we do know is that never, not once, did Rhodes and LeBang discuss at the start of the season, during the initial transaction, what happens if the Broncos make the playoffs and host a game. Usually when there's a contract, you're supposed to hash out the contingencies and what happens if certain scenarios play out. You're supposed to exercise foreseeability. However, to give you an idea of how bad the Broncos were historically and how much this season came out of nowhere, the Broncos making the playoffs was so unforeseeable that the judge himself didn't chastise the parties for not thinking about it. Seriously. As Judge Joseph Lilly said, no one expected the Broncos to make the playoffs. They hadn't in 17 years. Keep in mind that a good amount of time, if the provision isn't written in the four corners of the contract, it won't be honored. So the judge openly admitting that the Broncos have always sucked, this season came out of nowhere, and no one expected them to make the playoffs, so I have to make a ruling here based on what I deem is reasonable, is just hysterical to me. It never crossed anyone's mind what happens if the Broncos are good. And because this was never talked about between the two parties, Judge Lilly ruled that for this game right here, Lyman Rhodes, as in the man who bought the tickets off of his mailman, was entitled to go to the game and was entitled to the tickets at face value. He was the owner of the season tickets, and season tickets include the regular season and the postseason, as when you buy season tickets, you get the rights to the tickets for the entire season. Otherwise, they'd just be called regular season tickets. Lilly said that Rhodes would suffer irreparable harm if he couldn't attend the game, saying, seeing a game on television is completely different from seeing it in person. The irony in all of this, which Judge Lilly didn't know at the time, is that no one could watch the first quarter of the Broncos-Steelers playoff game because it was on NBC and was the second game of the doubleheader, with the Colts-Raiders game being first. And that game went into double overtime. So Judge Lilly was 100% right in saying that seeing the game on TV was a lot different, because when it came to this game that you've been watching, you'd only watch 75% of it versus being in the stadium and being able to watch 100% of it. Whether it would truly be irreparable harm, that's up for debate. Because on one hand, it's a game that you'll be able to watch regardless, just in a different medium. But on the other hand, there might not be a way to correct the situation properly, as there's only one chance to see the first playoff game in franchise history. It's not like a concert that has 4 dates. In case you couldn't tell, I think this judge likes football and is pretty well versed in the sport, and might be a Broncos fan, and Rhodes drew a pretty favorable judge with this one. Just like that, Rhodes, who went to all 7 games for the Broncos, was about to go to Game 8, and eventually Game 9, after the Broncos won this game against Pittsburgh by a final score of 34-21 to advance to the AFC Championship against the Oakland Raiders. Now, you might be wondering throughout this entire ordeal, why the heck did Rhodes not just buy other tickets? Why did he take his mailman to court instead of buying other tickets? Was this really worth it? Well, in 2026, maybe not so much. When you consider the legal fees involved, today, it probably costs more to take someone to court for face value tickets than it would be to buy tickets on the secondary market. But back in 1977, especially for a team like the Broncos, who had never made the playoffs before, this would involve camping out and waiting for a long time at the ticket booth, buying physical tickets from people charging an exorbitant amount of money that might not even be legit, and a bunch of other hassles that, simply put, do not exist today. Plus, Rhodes was a freaking lawyer. He knew he had a strong case. And if lawyers are anything from experience, it's stubborn, arrogant, cocky, and confident. If he had a chance to flex, he was going to flex. I should note that neither person in this story is still with us today, as LeBang passed away in 2006 at the age of 67, while Rhodes passed away in 2019 at the age of 76. So if anyone's watching this video and debating what to do about their season tickets, if they can't use them for whatever reason, but they want to give them to a friend, here's a word to the wise. Talk about what you're going to do if that team makes it to the playoffs. I don't care if this team is the Seattle Seahawks or the lowly Arizona Cardinals. Make sure you set up a plan for what happens if the team becomes good and hosts a playoff game. Put it in writing and map out the contingencies. Draw up a contract. You don't want to be remembered in life as the man who had to sue his mailman for playoff tickets. And vice versa, you don't want to be remembered in life as the mailman who tried to cheat the system. Because on Christmas Eve in 1977, all Lyman Rhodes wanted for Christmas was the tickets that he felt he was entitled to. All right, let's go. Let's go on that. Save it. Export it. All the way through. All the way through. A lot of him. Yep. I like to express myself when I'm doing it. It makes me get more ingrained into it. It definitely makes me focus on the inflection of the words and whatnot. Can't sleep. Oh, that sucks, Arsenal. That sucks. Appreciate you guys tuning in again. I was reading that script. One take, pretty much. I mean, we had to restart, but after that, it was just a one-time straight shot through, which is great. So we got about a 19-minute script, plus the tag at the end. It's probably going to be about a 20-minute video. Probably a 20-minute video, which I'm more than okay with for a Sunday. All right, so now this is where I use AI. This is the one part of the process I use AI. And that is I take it, I put it into this thing called a podcast. Use videos in podcasts. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I know a few people that do that. Where just the pacing of it, I deliberately go slower on video than I do on stream. Like the way I pace it, it's very much podcast-like. Yeah, it happened. There you go, Wills. Yep. There you go. It happened. We did it. So, yeah, I've had people I can check how people watch my videos if they use it as on their TV or phone or whatnot. Second screens and whatnot, and some people like watching the highlights of it. Some people just like that. I know I play only songs loud. Nope, that was by design. That was by design. You would send a song to radio in hopes that people would buy the album. Number one, let's go. Yep, in hopes that people would buy the song, buy the album, you would send a single to the radio that wouldn't actually be released as a physical single. No Doubt did that with Don't Speak. Goo Goo Dolls with Iris. It was a big strategy. But I think Torn by Natalie Imbruglia was one of those as well. That was a very controversial strategy back then. So it didn't accurately reflect what people were listening to and what people were liking. Iris did not chart high. Even though that is an iconic song. It's one of the most iconic songs of the 90s, but it did not chart high because of how the rules worked. Don't Speak, another one. Probably No Doubt's signature song, but it's by design to be about Tragic Kingdom, which they're doing a Spear tour right now. They're doing a Spear residency. All right. So now what I do with the audio, I put the speech bar at 100. I take music, put it to 0. Background, put it to 0. And then I hit download, which you can't see. It's covered up by the prospects thing. But I hit download. Now, obviously, with these clips, delete that. I'm also, when I'm making the vid, I'm keeping track of, okay, how long is each section? So I know this one's about 10 minutes. About it, I'm going all good. I know this is about 8 minutes. Seahawks Pets rematch. I'd rather do Seahawks Bears, but I get it. Definitely get it. I don't hate a rematch to start off the year. I thought they were going to save it toward the end of the season. Or middle of the season. So you don't put your best game number 1 necessarily. Because people watch anything for the first game. So I'm going to slow this down to like 80%. So now the first part's about 8 minutes long. And this part I know is about 10 minutes long. Slow this ending section. That's what we're going to do. That should... Well, that's not going to get me over the line because it's 18:59. And slow some of the replays down a little bit. NFL Films will go with 35%. Yeah, that's fine. NFL Films clips go 35%. That should get us over the hump. Yeah, so all the NFL Films clips, 35%. Slow it down. Same thing here. 35%. 35%. Now, what I'll do... Let me just make sure that everything looks good here. Yeah. And what I'll do before going any further, for a game like... I don't do this all the time, but for a game like this, I'm going to do it. I'm going to export this video before I put anything in. I'm going to call it test. I'll show you why I do this. I'll call this video test. I don't do this all the time, but for a playoff game, there's a lot of playoff footage, I'm going to do it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my personal YouTube account. And what I'm going to do, this video is going to export. There's no audio in the video. There is no audio in there. So what I'm going to do is just, it's exporting right now. But I'll sometimes do this just to save me from some hassle later on. So my personal YouTube channel, yeah, Cowboys Giants for Sunday game, I hate that. 2 teams below 500 last year, they don't deserve it. They don't deserve it. So what I'll do on my personal channel, I'll never publish any of these videos. But what I'll do, if I think there's a chance a bot's going to catch it, I'll post the video on my personal channel and see if there are any restrictions. So like here, this was the Pete Rose video. So I uploaded this, the Pete Rose vid. I upload just clips of Pete Rose. And I saw here that this thing got claimed. So I knew, like, take action, trim out segment. So I'd see, okay, what part got claimed? And I would see, okay, this section got claimed and this got claimed. So I'm just going to take that out and re-upload it. And then I got no restrictions. And that was the Bengals Reds video. That's doing very well on the channel right now. It's over 10,000 views, which is crazy. So for something like this for the playoff game, I just want to make sure. Just waiting for it to export. It's almost done exporting again. I've not put any audio in. So now I'm going to do, just with that footage, I probably should have done this sooner. But I figured do it now because, okay, test, there we go. And the video is just titled test. And you'll never see this file. It's going to upload. I'm just going to see if there's any copyright restrictions so I know what I might need to not take stuff out, but maybe edit some clips. Saves me time down the road. Put in the work now so it saves time down the road. So now we're going to see. A moment of truth in a little bit. Say press meeting shortly. That's going to do the checks. What we want is no issues. If there's no issues, that means I can just edit the video. Not have to worry about anything. Just put in the audio and we're good to go. Now the checks. Yep, here come the checks. And we just gotta make sure that nothing gets claimed. If there's a red explanation point with copyright content protect found, then I figure out what parts got claimed and I go from there. If not, then I can just put the audio in and we're good to go. So we're just going to test this out, see what the heck happens. This is the nitty-gritty stuff of the editing stream. It's the nitty-gritty. I do this on my personal channel too, just so that I don't mess up anything. Yeah, the Mano Grogu movie, I'm not, like, impressed by the footage. It looks dull. Like, they went away from what made it great with the Western. Like, making, like, a spaghetti Western. You know, now, Kevin, we're just waiting on making sure that the... No issues. Perfect. All right. Yep, so that was what we wanted. We wanted a clear check. We want no issues found, so that's perfect. So, with that, I know that none of this footage is going to get claimed. And now... Again, I don't do it all the time, but I just wanted to cover my bases because we're talking about a playoff game here. You never know what the NFL is going to claim and what they're not going to. So now what we're going to do is we're going to put the footage in, and we're just going to edit this video with the audio in and go from there. So drag the footage in. All right. I'll turn on the thing. I'll put my headphones back in. Actually, it actually works better. It's weird. I can't explain. It works better if I don't wear my headphones for this. And I just take them out and just do it like that. Obviously, I got a quick GarageBand. I don't save any of my files for GarageBand. No need to. All right. This one's getting a bit... Yeah, here we go. So now we're going to edit this. I raised the audio up to 126%. And, yeah.
What's the best part about having season tickets? For some, it's the fact that you get to sit in the same seats every time, and you can build relationships with the people
I'm
around
going to
you.
move the microphone over to the other side. Yeah, I edit this on double speed. It just makes it easier.
For some, it's the fact that you get to sit in the same seats every time, and you can build relationships with the people around you. That seat feels sacred, and that section brings back memories every time you're at a game. Every time you're at a game.
Yeah, like that clip.
You're at a game.
For the most part, I'll just edit double time.
You're at a game. For some, it's the added perks that you get, like exclusive items, perks that you get.
Yeah,
You get.
that clip you get.
Like exclusive items, discounts on local businesses, and so on. But for a lot of people, the best part about having season tickets has to be the fact that not only do you get first dibs on playoff tickets, but you get playoff tickets, but you get playoff tickets at face value. I've heard people say that for most teams, buying season tickets is like betting on your team to be successful. On your team to be successful. Where in many instances for sports like baseball, basketball, and hockey, especially if it's a team that does not sell out, it makes no sense to buy season tickets when you can buy tickets for cheaper on the secondary market. However, if they're good and you get the extra games, it's 100% worth it. Heck, speaking from experience, as a fan of the Arizona Diamondbacks, who had season tickets for the 2023 playoff run when they made it to the World Series,
Here A bit of a breath there.
When they made it to the World Series, the cheapest ticket to get into the stadium for each of those 3 World Series games was somewhere around $500. I was getting in for way, way less than that. If you have season tickets, you're not paying 4 figures to watch your team in a playoff game at their home stadium. You're not constantly refreshing, trying to find the best deal. You're not constantly refreshing, trying to find the best deals. In the days before the internet and online ticketing, you're not scrambling to figure out if the game is sold out or not, or sweating at the ticket office, wondering if there's a ticket left. You're not panicking whether your ticket is real or counterfeit when you buy it from a man outside the stadium. So I'm going to give you a hypothetical scenario. Suppose your name is Barry, and your friend is named Chuck. You decide that you're going to give your season tickets for the year to Chuck. You can't go to the games for one reason or another, but you don't want to sell your season tickets. So you let your friend buy them off of you. Chuck goes to every game, and then your team makes the playoffs. Barry wants to go to the game, and he was the one whose name is on the ticket. Chuck says, "Not so fast, my friend. You gave me your season tickets. That includes the playoffs." Barry says, "No, you bought the season tickets for the regular season off of me. We never talked about the playoffs. Who is the owner of the tickets? Who gets to go to the playoff game? Is it Barry, or is it Chuck?" Well, this isn't just a bizarre law school hypothetical that makes your head spin in circles while the gunners in the class try to show off and ask about other hypotheticals added onto it. Like, what would happen if the facts of this case...
Clicks here.
This case were entirely different. While the rest of us just want to move on and are questioning why you can't ask this in office hours because now you're confusing the rest of us and wasting all our time. And no, I'm not still having flashbacks about that every night when I go to bed. And no, law school definitely did not scar me. For life. Thanks for asking. I bring this up because with the team that you've been watching this entire time, the team that you've been watching this entire time, as in the 1977 Denver Broncos, this hypothetical was real. It's a story about season tickets and ticket ownership that's so bizarre that nearly half a century later, it deserves a deep dive today.
Should we have any further? I'll make sure that I have enough footage.
3 yards per carry, all season.
I need to slow this down a little bit. Should have done that before.
That they had a whopping 6 players, so...
I want to make sure I have enough footage. Let's slow this down to 70%. Yep, 3:02 a.m. live bets. There you go. We're almost there.
A divisional round battle on their home Broncos was this game right here.
Perfect. Yeah, that's exactly where I wanted to stop. Perfect.
Today. Because this is the story behind one of the craziest ticketing controversies in the history of the Denver Broncos and in the history of the National Football League. Make sure you hit that league.
We found a story live on the air about
make sure you hit that like
4-ish hours ago. About 4-ish hours ago, I'd say. No, we got on 11:15. We found the story at like 12. Is retrieve the crap. Yep. Oh boy, 3 a.m. Here we go.
Make sure you hit that like button down below, subscribe, hype up that video, and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss a single video that we post so much. And turn on the notification bell so you don't miss a single video that we post on the channel. Because we post every single day on here about the weird and the wacky history of the NFL with stories like this one that you may not have heard of before. So if you like that sort of stuff and want to learn more, then this is definitely the place for you. Thanks in advance for liking and subscribing, and for hyping up the video, and for helping us grow this community. And with that in mind, let's talk about the Mile High meltdown over tickets. Meltdown over tickets at Mile High. But before I talk about what exactly went down, before I talk about what exactly went down, we need some context to understand just down. We need some context to We need some context to understand just who the 1977 Denver Broncos were and how good of a team they were. For the first 17 years of the Broncos' existence as a franchise, they were snake-bitten and had never made it to the playoffs, being the only team in the AFC outside of the expansion Seattle Seahawks to never have a playoff appearance under their belt. After the controversial firing of John Ralston after the 1976 season, despite a 9-5 record, a lot of people thought heading into 1977 that the Broncos would be fine, but nothing spectacular, likely hovering around mediocrity.
The now closed Nickelodeon Resort, I had a photo of me with Squidward after me and my brother cried at breakfast. How does Squidward make your brother cry?
Nothing spectacular.
How did... What did Squidward do? Like, do the Sponge Paper Fools thing on him?
Spectacular. Likely hovering around mediocrity, especially with a tough schedule that have him taking, especially with a tough schedule, with a tough schedule that have him taking on the defending Super Bowl champion Oakland Raiders twice, the Dallas Cowboys, the Pittsburgh Steelers, the Baltimore Colts, and others. Of the 28 franchises in the NFL, the Broncos were right at the middle of the pack when it came to their odds according to Vegas to win the Super Bowl. And seeing as only 8 teams made the playoffs, with 4 teams making it in each conference, very few people thought that the Broncos were going to do much of anything in 1977. And very few people thought that this was the year that the drought was going to be broken. The majority of people were wrong. Dead wrong. Because in dead wrong. Dead wrong. Because in 1977, the Denver Broncos emerged as one of the best teams in all of football. Starting quarterback Craig Morton, who was acquired from the New York Giants after...
You're gonna find out. You just woke up. Oh, it's all good. Yeah. The video was about a ticketing controversy in 1977 involving the Denver Broncos.
Who was acquired from the New York Giants after the Giants gave up a first-round pick to get him. New York Giants.
So, long story short, it's about Broncos-Steelers playoff game and who owns the playoff ticket.
New York Giants, after the Giants gave up a first-round pick to get him, only for him to flop in spectacular fashion for the team, had the best year of his career.
It's a fun, like, law school hypothetical that actually turned out to be real.
Throwing 14 touchdown passes, 14
Actually, I should have done this before. No, it's not in the... It's not on Just Stew. Do I Premiere? I use podcasts. Premiere, problem with Premiere is if they charge money. Premiere charges money, and they change what they do a lot. I used Premiere back in college. I like iMovie better for what I do. If I was doing more advanced stuff, Premiere would definitely be the way to go and not iMovie. Like, if I was doing, like, advanced editing and whatnot. But for what I do, like, iMovie works more than fine for me, and I'm comfortable with it. The people that... I know a lot of people that use Premiere, and they have issues with it crashing and running slowly, and Adobe charges a lot for it, and it repackages stuff. Come out right for the stream? Yeah, it's going to come out at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. I'm going to put it out at 8. So not right after, but it's going to come out in 2 hours.
14 touchdown
you gotta
passes,
change the profile, yep.
and finishing second in the MVP voting. Only behind Chicago Bears running back and second in the MVP voting. MVP.
I like it.
MVP voting. Only behind Chicago Bears running back and Hall of Famer Walter Payton. Walter.
Yeah, so it's going to come out at 8 o'clock Eastern Time.
Walter Payton.
I'm going to put it out too early, just because people are going to be sleeping.
Oddly enough, despite finishing second in the MVP voting, Morton did
but for members in the McCardle tier higher or on Patreon,
Morton did not make it to the Pro Bowl. Imagine that.
Before.
The Broncos started the year 6. The Broncos started the year...
I'm not sure, actually.
The Broncos...
Depends how I'm feeling.
Broncos...
I'm leaning no on that.
The Broncos started the year 6-0.
I'm leaning no on the UFL. They were definitely doing Cavs Pistons. I know that much. I'm leaning no on the UFL.
And never look back. En route to a 12-2 season where they got the #1 seed in the conference. And of course, a big part of that was the Orange Crush defense, one of the greatest defenses in the history of football. Denver finished the 1977 season allowing just a hair over 10 points per game, holding their opponents to single digits in half of their games, and only allowing more than 14 points one time all season.
That's your home office? Wow.
More than 14 points. 14 points.
3 months. That was time well spent. That looks good.
14 points one time all season. All season. But
the problem also too with the UFL was that there were some channels that streamed the games yesterday illegally, and they
between the Steel Curtain, the Grit Splits, and the Orange Crush, 19.
The UFL
Orange Crush
down, so it's
Orange.
I don't know.
Orange.
We're definitely doing Game 7.
Orange Crush. 1977 was a great year for defense, but I digress. Year for defense.
Someone asked earlier, like, ad-libs. This sentence was ad-lib with the Grit Splits and everything.
Year for defense, but I digress. To give you an idea of how good the Orange Crush was against... the defending champion Raiders, they had a game where they forced 8 turnovers. 8 turnovers. No one could run on the Broncos whatsoever. as the Broncos allowed just 5 rushing touchdowns and 3.3 yards per carry all season, which was, unsurprisingly, the top total in football. And the Broncos were so good defensively that they had a whopping 6 players, so more than half their starting defense, 6 players, so more than half their starting defense, receive either Pro Bowl honors, AP All-Pro honors, or both. The wait was finally over. For the first time in franchise history, the Denver Broncos were going to the playoffs. And up next for the Broncos, going to the playoffs. Going to the playoffs. And up next for the Broncos.
Yeah, again, when I show the... Yeah, that's a nice home office. When I show what I'm doing, usually I'll expand the iMovie thing to like the entire screen. Like it goes out much further than this. This is maybe a quarter of the screen.
Broncos was this game right here.
This is just so you can see everything that's happening. So that's a transition. This game right here. And now take that. Copy all these clips. Put them over here. That's perfect timing. That is literally perfect timing. I planned that perfectly. So I put the prep work in beforehand. This makes it super duper easy.
A divisional round battle on their home field against the Pittsburgh Steelers, winners of 2 of the last 3 Super Bowls.
That's also why I go backwards sometimes to get the clips and then I write the script.
Of 2 of the last 3 Super Bowls. And for Lyman Rhodes, an attorney in...
Yeah, I want to see that part. Yeah, I want to see that.
And for Lyman Rhodes, an attorney in...
But this is why I go backwards sometimes with the clips. It makes it so much easier. I have the structure in mind.
3 Super Bowls.
And for South Texans, that defense is stacked, and as long as C.J. Stroud doesn't completely suck, that's the best team in that division.
Rhodes, an attorney in Denver who moved to Denver in the 1960s
Texans
and adopted the Broncos
Texans win the division.
And adopted the Broncos as their team. This was a big moment for him. Oddly enough, Rhodes worked in sports during the 1980s. Worked in sports during the 1980s, and even did some free agent scouting for the Denver Broncos. But that's years down the road. Rhodes decided to buy season tickets for the Broncos. Decided to buy season tickets for the Broncos for the 1977 season, buying them off of his mailman, Jesse LeBang, who he was friendly with. And obviously, there's a big emphasis on the word was, emphasis on the word was, as you're about to find out. I'm not sure why LeBang sold the tickets to Rhodes. Maybe LeBang...
Yes, do some real quick with my phone. Texans make the AFC Championship? Yeah, they were made before, but I could see it. I could definitely see it.
Bang couldn't attend the games in 1970s. Bang couldn't attend the games in... Couldn't attend the games in 1977 for games in 19...
That was like a weird little, like...
In 1977...
Yeah, that didn't sound good.
Games in 1977...
That didn't sound good either.
Games in 1977 for...
Let's try that.
Games in 1977 for some reason. Or maybe he was disgusted by the firing of Ralston and thought he was just wasting money at this point and decided to cut his losses. Regardless, and decided to cut his losses. And decided to cut... his losses. Regardless, Rhodes went to every home game during that campaign and was at Mile High when they went 6-1 across their home slate. This was back their home slate. Their home
Between the E's, S of slate.
home slate.
There we go.
This was back in the days of paper tickets. So LeBang handed Rhodes all of his tickets, the paper tickets. Paper tickets. So LeBang handed Rhodes all of his tickets at the start of the season for a predetermined price, and Rhodes would go to the 7 games. However, now there's an 8th game. Now you have this playoff game at home with the Broncos against the Steelers. You have this playoff game at home with the Broncos against the Steelers in the divisional round on Christmas Eve. So naturally, Rhodes, who bought the season tickets off of LeBang, was expecting LeBang to give him the playoff tickets. And LeBang to give him the playoff tickets.
Oh, that's nice. That is nice.
Playoff tickets.
Man.
Playoff tickets. And LeBang said, nope, these aren't the
Envy
tickets.
that setup.
I'm still the owner of the season tickets. I'm going to the playoffs in tickets. Season ticket.
I envy that one.
Tickets. I'm going to the playoff game with the tickets that I bought, which of course
This little bump.
Which of course raises the obvious question: whose tickets are these? Whose tickets are these? Rhodes made a deal at the start of the season with LeBang to buy his season tickets. Season tickets include first dibs at playoff games. Season ticket.
And Marble's awesome.
Ticket.
If I ever get a house,
Season ticket.
and the bathroom's gonna be all marble. If I ever get a house,
Season
Bathrooms all
tickets
marble.
include first dibs at playoff games. LeBang, however, was the original owner of the tickets. Rhodes felt that he was entitled to the tickets because he bought entitled to the tickets.
there's something like Vegas 5-star hotel. Both game sevens. Yep, we're doing both. Yep, Monday night we're doing Saber Sabs, and then this one, much more subtle, suitable. Oh my God, you're not kidding. Oh my God, man.
Entitled to the tickets
You have no
because
idea.
he bought LeBang's season tickets all season. And LeBang felt that he was entitled to the tickets because he was the name on the account, and the Broncos gave him the tickets directly. And this dispute between the Broncos gave him
You have no idea.
Broncos gave him the tickets directly. And this dispute between the two got so heated and so ugly that it ended up going to court. Which I can't say I'm surprised by, seeing as Lyman Rhodes was literally an attorney.
Chiefs playoffs. Depends on Mahomes' injury status. That defense still needs a lot of work. I think they squeak in as a wild card this year.
An attorney. So he knew a thing or two about the legal process and felt extremely confident that he was going to win the case. If a lawyer hates your guts so much that he's willing to take you to court himself, that's when you know. Especially when the lawyer is dishing out money to hire another lawyer.
I think they'll make it as like 9-8 as a wild card or 10-7 as a
To
wild
hire
card.
another lawyer to represent him. Yeah, before I get into the details of the case, Rhodes did not represent himself, as he hired a lawyer to represent him, which is how you know he's ticked off and how you know he knows his stuff.
He's not going back
Because
this season?
any lawyer-
The schedule makers seem to think otherwise because they put a lot of Chiefs games in prime time at the start of the year. I mean, in theory, he shouldn't come back and come off an ACL and LCL, but he's been golfing, he's been moving around.
Because any lawyer worth their weight will never represent themselves in court.
And again, we have no idea how he's going to deal with the hit.
Because they know how freaking stupid that is.
One shot to
that
the
old
lower
saying
body and
that he who
everything could
represents himself in
change.
court as a fool for a client held true here.
But it's Jeremiah Smith?
Held true.
I'm going to say, well, he's going to be the first player off the board that's not a quarterback. If I had to guess right now, Commanders. If I had to guess right now, I'd say the Commanders.
Held true here. Held true here. Held true here. In the court case. Here. In the court case, Rhodes and his.
The real question is Jeremiah Smith going to be the first player off the board that's not a quarterback? Is there any universe, barring a career-ending injury or committing murder, where Jeremiah Smith is not the first non-quarterback taken off the board? I don't think there is.
Rhodes and his attorney argue that when he bought the season tickets off of LeBang, that this was for the entire season, and not just the regular season. We don't know whether there was a written contract for these. We don't.
No, I don't think they're going to be good at all. No. I don't like it within the offseason. That defense is very patchy. Yeah. Oh, we could. Yes, we absolutely could. Yeah.
We don't know whether
I
there
don't know
was
why
a
I just
written.
believe you.
We don't know whether there was a written contract for these tickets, or if everything was
Washington's
orally
contract
done.
is like
Which, by the way,
That's like a pillar
never
for me.
agree to anything orally with something of this magnitude. However, what we do know is that
Yo, Abby is like dead wrong on that.
what we do.
You like her to scan the draft? I don't even. Well, no one's gonna be on the board. They got a pretty late pick. I don't know who's gonna be on the board.
What we do know is that never, not once, did Rhodes and LeBang discuss
Well, I don't think
the
it's going
season.
first overall only because there are quarterbacks coming out in this class. Because of the quarterbacks, taking a receiver at number 1, I'm not sure that's going to happen. But he will be the first player off the board that's not a quarterback. Because at number 1, you're either taking a quarterback or you're trading that pick for a king's ransom. Especially if Arch Manning plays like he did second half of the last season. Or if Dante Moore looks incredible.
Discuss at the start of the season during the initial transaction.
Which I think it was a mistake for Moore to go back to college, but I digress.
During the initial transaction. Initial transaction. What happens if the Broncos make the playoffs and host a game? Make the playoffs and host a game. Usually when there's a contract, you're supposed to hash out the contingencies and what happens if certain scenarios play out. You're supposed to exercise foreseeability. However, to give you an idea of how bad the Broncos were historically and how much this season came out of nowhere, the Broncos make it this season came out of nowhere.
Cardinals or Jets.
Season came out of nowhere. The Broncos making the playoffs was so unforeseeable that the judge himself didn't chastise the parties for not thinking about it. Seriously, as Judge Joseph Lewis.
So here's where one of the sources comes in. That's this one. It's not this one. Different one. Thomasville Times. No, this is Associated Press. I like that one better, actually, Blakely. I actually like the second one better.
As Judge Joseph...
It's Associated Press. Sarah Lower third. Where's Mendoza? No, I like Kubiak a lot. I don't think they're going to ruin him. He's in a good spot. He's in a very good spot, actually. Maybe not this year, but Kirk Cousins is a good mentor. They have a coach that knows how to run an offense. Tom Brady's in the front office. He can help out with his development. Oh, no, Smith is way better than Manning. Yeah, 100%. I agree. Smith is the best player in this upcoming draft. I 100% agree. Just positional value, the quarterback's always going to go first 10 times out of 10. But I agree. Jeremiah Smith, I mean, if I had to bet, right, there are very few players coming out of college where the bar, where you're betting right off the bat, are they going to be a Hall of Famer? There's very few players right off the bat where you just look and you're like, that's going to be a Hall of Famer. We're going to see that guy in canon. Jeremiah Smith is one of those guys. There are very few guys like that.
As Judge Joseph Lilly said, no one expected the Broncos to make the playoffs. They hadn't in 17 years. Keep in mind that a good 17 years.
It's almost like if he finished his career with 9,000 yards, is he underwhelming? It's crazy to think about.
17 years.
Like if he does not finish his career with 5 figures.
If the provision isn't that a good amount of time.
We're almost done with the video, so.
I don't mind that a good amount of time.
It's crazy. If he finishes with less than 5 figures receiving, he's underwhelming.
Good amount of time. If the provision isn't written in the 4 corners of the contract, it won't be honored. So the judge openly admitting that the Broncos have always sucked. This season came out of nowhere, and no one expected them to make the playoffs.
We should be done with this in like, I'd say 15 minutes.
Expected them to make the playoffs.
Sounds way better?
So I
Yeah.
have to make a ruling here based on
think
what
we got a way
I
better
deem
coach.
is reasonable.
Solid knows how to run a defense.
It's reasonable.
And Cam Ward definitely improved a lot this final month of the season. I think Tennessee's going to be a pretty bang average this year, 7-10.
Reasonable is just hysterical to me. It never crossed anyone's mind what happens if the Broncos are good. And because this was what happens if the Broncos are good. And because this was never talked about between the two parties, Judge
What do you mean he's not doing good with the Eagles? He won a Super Bowl. He made it to 2. Jalen Hurts is doing more than fine with the Eagles. For a second-round pick, that's an A+.
This was never talked about, but never...
It's a second-round pick, and he's won a Super Bowl, made it to 2.
It's never talked about between the two parties.
He's a top half quarterback.
Between the two parties, Judge Billy ruled that for this game right here, Lyman Rhodes, as in the man who bought the tickets off of his mailman, was entitled
So
to
no
go to
one
the game.
thought Jalen Hurts was going to be
tickets
a generational prospect like Jeremiah Smith. It's apples and oranges.
at face value.
Jalen Hurts was not even one of the top 5 quarterbacks taken in his class. Jeremiah Smith is the best receiving prospect since Calvin Johnson. Dare I say, Jeremiah Smith, outside of Calvin, is the best receiving prospect of the 21st century.
He was the owner of the season tickets.
Very different from Jalen Hurts, who had to transfer schools because he got benched.
Season tickets.
Those are two very different situations, Wills. Very different. Next year's with the Cubs, I think so. If Cam Ward plays against the final month of the season, I think they do.
Season tickets include the regular season and the postseason.
Number 2, about half the teams in each conference make it now. It's 7 in each, so 7 out of 16. That's about half. It's not entirely half, but it's about half. They get the quarterback figured out. And I think Ward showed a lot the final month of the season. If you asked me, I'll put it this way: if you asked me that in December last year, I would have said no. But after getting Salah and Ward's progression last year in the final month, I think they do. Eagles straight Brent to Pats. Yeah, I think it. A lot of people say it's a done deal at this point. They're just waiting until the June 1st designation. I think it's going to happen. Yep.
As when you buy season tickets, you get the rights.
I mean, they drafted Jacoby Lane in round 1. Why would you draft a wide receiver 3 in round 1?
You get the rights to the tickets for the entire season.
Like, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to do that. Why would you draft Lane in round 1 if you're keeping... I mean, you need a wide receiver 3, but a first-round pick on a wide receiver 3? No, you're going to start Lane as one of the top 2 guys. So...
for the entire season. Otherwise, they'd just be called regular season tickets. Be called regular season tickets. Really said that season ticket.
And Vrabel loves A.J. Brown. I mean, that was the whole reason, too, that Vrabel was furious in Tennessee, was because they trade A.J. Brown to the Pats behind his back.
Season tickets. Really said that Rhodes would suffer irreparable harm if he couldn't attend the game, seeing a game on television,
Yeah, I say Lane, I meant Lemon. Yeah, I meant Lemon, yeah. Oh, I'd be going way more smart. Yeah, that would. Cowboys getting Downs, I think he's the best defender in this draft. I think Caleb Downs, obviously positional value. That's the reason why he slid a bit. But I think Caleb Downs is a stud. I've loved Caleb Downs for years. I said even last year that he's the best safety I've seen out of college since Eric Berry. I think Caleb Downs is a missing piece in that defense. Will he start? Right away. For my money, if I had to put money on who's going to win Defensive Rookie of the Year, I'm putting my money on Downs. If I had to put my money on it, I'm putting it on Downs. Do I think he's wide receiver? No. I'm saying NKC. I'm saying on that he'd be on behind Smith and Brown on the depth chart. It wouldn't make any sense to draft a guy in the first round with all the needs that the Eagles have. It wouldn't make any sense to draft a wide receiver 3 in round 1. So that's why I think they're trading Brown. Right? I feel like you probably have never won that to this point, but I could probably guess on that one. Yeah, Down's going to start right away, easily. You know, Lemon's going to be a wide receiver too. He'll be behind Smith. That's why they would not have done that if they were not going to trade A.J. Brown. At least I don't think they were going. They would have.
Attend the game. Couldn't attend the game. Saying seeing a game on television is completely different from seeing it in person. From seeing it in person. The irony in all of this.
It's almost like if the Brian Thomas trade rumors were real, and they're not, but if the Jaguars were going to trade Brian Thomas and then they drafted a receiver this year with their second round pick, it'd be like, wait, that doesn't make any sense. The reason why they're doing that is going to trade Brian Thomas. Obviously, that's not happening, but be like, wait, that wouldn't make any sense. You have Jacoby Myers, you have Parker Washington. Why would you draft a receiver? You have Brian Thomas. Why would you draft a receiver round 2? And the reason why is because you're trading Brian Thomas. Oh, no, you're going on that one, I can say. You're going on that one.
All of this, which Judge Lilly didn't which
You know, you're good. Yeah.
which Judge Lilly didn't know at the time is that no one Lilly didn't know at the time.
You're good on that one. It's early in the morning or late at night, depending on where
is
you are.
that no one could watch the first quarter of the Broncos-Steelers playoff game because it was on NBC and was the second game of a doubleheader, with the Colts-Raiders game being first, and that game went into double overtime. So Judge Lilly was in double overtime.
Yeah, my sister just Snapchatted me. She's up starting her day. I'm up
double
ending
overtime.
my day.
So Judge Lilly was 100% right in saying that seeing the game on TV was a lot different. Because when it came to this game that you've been watching, it came to this game that you've been watching, you'd only watch 75% of it versus being in the stadium and
It will be out at 8 o'clock Eastern time. I have about 3 minutes.
being in the stadium and being able to watch 100% of it. Whether it would truly be irreparable harm, that's up for debate. Because on one hand, it's a game that you'll be able to watch regardless, just in a different medium. But on the other hand, there might not be a way to correct the situation.
I think so too. I definitely think
to correct
he's in
the
a good
situation
spot.
properly, as there's only one chance to
What
see the
helps him
first
too is that
12
he's not
game
going
in
to get the
franchise
bulk of the
history.
attention, and that's a good thing. Like that's what I about with Cardinal Tate. Cardinal Tate worries me in Tennessee because Cardinal Tate was not getting teams cornerback ones because that was Jeremiah Smith was getting the cornerback ones at Ohio State, and now he's in a spot where he has to be wide receiver one. So the jump is going to be crazy. Meanwhile, for a guy like Lemon, he was getting cornerback ones in college, and now he's going to be getting lower level cornerbacks because they're all going to be covering Devontae Smith. You know, he's not doing well with AEW. Tony Khan is not good at AEW. I hope AEW goes under so Shah Khan does not keep it in the family, because once Tony Khan gets the Jaguars, we are screwed. That's what I'm worried about. That's crazy. Well, I do like it.
It's not like a concert that has 20 hits. In case you couldn't tell,
she can believe what she wants.
in case you couldn't tell, I think this judge likes football
We know
and
the
is
truth.
pretty well versed in the sport, and might be a Broncos fan. And Rhodes drew a pretty favorable judge with this one. Just like that, Rhodes went to all 7 games for the
It's like because Tony Khan actually handles a lot of the undrafted free agent stuff, and he's got some
7
gems.
games
out
for the
there.
Broncos.
But he has no idea what he's doing running wrestling.
Was about to go to game 8.
Like I like Shad Khan as our owner, but I need him to sell the team before Tony can take over.
About to go to game 8 and eventually game 9 after the Broncos won this game
Otherwise,
against
we're gonna be
Pittsburgh by a final score of 34-21 to a 34-20.
Tony Khan, I see a lot of Michael Bidwell in him, and I'd be terrified of that.
34-21 to advance to the AFC Championship against the Oakland Raiders.
Tony? No.
Now you might be wondering throughout this entire ordeal, why the heck did Rhodes not just?
He's way too impulsive. Way too impulsive.
Did Rhodes not just buy other tickets?
Way too wanting to be front face.
Other tickets.
Center of
Why did he
attention.
take his mailman to court instead of buying other tickets? Their ticket.
Too flashy. Too flashy of an owner.
Their tickets. Was this really worth it? Well, in 2026.
I'm not sure he has the money.
In 2026.
I don't care about height. I don't care about height at all in that one.
2026.
I don't care about
Maybe
age.
not so much.
Like, I mean, to some extent, I care about age, but that's like, they're talking like 45. Like, it's very different. I don't care about height. I
Not so much.
do not care how tall.
When you
someone is.
consider the legal fees involved,
An age,
today, it probably
long
costs
as they're, like,
more to
around my
take
age, I
someone
could
to
not
court
care
for
less.
face value tickets than it would be to buy tickets on the
BJ can
secondary
rebound?
market.
Yes. Last year he was playing injured. He played well second half of the season. He's a good deep threat. He fits the offense well. Jacoby Myers and Parker Washington were able to get underneath because BTJ was going down low. Or going over the top, I should say. Yeah, BTJ, he was dealing with an injury last year. I think he's going to be okay.
So the
I'm not worried.
secondary market. But back in 1977,
I'm not worried about BTJ. This was like going through some stuff last year because Kyron Lacey was a close friend of him and he passed away. So he was going through like the mental aspect of
Back
it.
in 1970,
But we know what BTJ can do. He's still a good receiver. I'm not worried about him.
1977, especially for a team like the Broncos, who had never made the playoffs before, this would involve camping out the playoffs before.
The nice part now, too, is with BTJ, he's not going to get the focus from top cornerbacks because Jacoby Myers and Parker Washington are going to get that attention. So BTJ's going to have a lot of opportunities
camping out and waiting for a long time to take it. Buying physical time to take a long time.
I'm very excited about that. You know, Tony Khan cannot run
Long time to take it.
Especially
buying physical tickets from people charging an exorbitant amount of money that might not even be legit, and a bunch of other hassles that, simply put, do not exist today. Plus, Rhodes was a freaking lawyer. He knew he had a strong case. And if lawyers are anything from experience, it's stubborn, arrogant, cocky, and confident. If he had a chance to flex, he was going to flex. I should note that neither person in this story is still with us today, as LeBang passed away in 2006 at the age of 67. While Rhodes, he was going to note that. I should note that LeBang passed away, while Rhodes passed away in 2019.
Almost
Passed away in 2019 at the age of 76. So if anyone's watching this video and debating what to do about their season tickets, if they can't, you can what to do.
Oops. Accidentally hit Control V instead of Control B. And now the whole time one's at a cert. Give me a second here. I gotta figure out where it was.
Debating what to do about
That's a long video.
What to do about their season tickets if they can't use them for whatever reason, but they want to give them to a friend.
All good. Yep. We're gonna be live at 8 guaranteed for the Cavs Pistons game. I don't think.
But they want to give them to a friend. Here's a word to the wall. They want to give them to a friend.
TKO, they price their families. I think that's every sport now. That's every sport besides banana ball. They're pricing out everyone.
But they want to give them to a friend.
It's the story of life right now.
Talk about what you're going to do if that team makes it to the playoffs. I don't care if this team is the Seattle Seahawks.
Unfortunately.
This team.
It's a rich. It's rich
team
man's
is the
world.
Seattle Seahawks or the
And, most of us are not in it. Most of us. They're definitely some of the chat.
Lowly Arizona Cardinals. Make sure you have a plan for what happens if the team becomes
That's
good
why I'm
and
streaming
hosts
at
a playoff
6:30 in the
team.
morning.
Put it in writing and map out the contingencies. Draw up a contract. You don't draw up a contract.
We're almost done with this.
Contract. You don't want to be remembered in life as the man who had to sue his mailman for playoff tickets, and vice versa. It's playoff ticket. Playoff tickets. And vice versa. You don't want to be remembered in life as the mailman who tries to cheat the system. Because on Christmas Eve in 1977, all Lyman Rhodes wanted for Christmas was the tickets that he felt he was entitled to.
Like anyone that's sending into sports that looks like that, I mean, that's automatically like.
Too.
That's like an automatic, you know. Yeah, Jelly Roll, he's lost a lot of weight. I gotta give him credit. I don't know if he like did Ozempic or if he like actually lost weight, but like they're not actually lost weight, but like I'm not saying it's not legit if you use Ozempic or whatnot, but like he looks good. He really turned his life around. I gotta give him a lot of credit. He's a redemption story gone right. From being a felon to being a star. He'll probably get a biopic at some point. He'll definitely get a biopic at some point. Because that's a crazy, remarkable turnaround that he's made. Video, get the audio in. And now I export the video. I'm going to title it Broncos Ticket 77. We know the footage works because we tried it earlier. My personal channel. And yeah, video is done. The video is done. So, at this point, all that's left to do is for me to put it on YouTube and do the back end stuff. And it'll be out to the public at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So we found it in this 4-hour stream. We went from nothing to finding a topic, writing about a 3,000 word script, and putting together a 20-minute video. Hey, pretty good timing. Pretty good timing, all things considered. So I'm gonna sign off here because that's the end of the edit. We'll be live for Cavs Pistons again. I don't think we're doing UFL. So my legs are starting to give out a little bit. So that's not a good sign. Personal? Well, it's just my name. I don't post anything on it. It's just what I do is I'll upload clips but never post them just to see if it gets copyright claimed or whatnot. Multiple backwards? That's awesome. It's like just like my actual algorithm. Because obviously when I do overtime and people send me requests, if I did on my main channel, it would do like a personal channel, it would like recommend my algorithm. Can you subscribe? I mean, I don't post anything on it. You can if you want. I literally don't post anything on it. Like, it's literally just... Like, I don't even know the last thing I posted on this. I just upload test footage, and it never sees the light of day. It's just in the draft folder, so I know whether it's copyright claimed or not. Like, you're not missing anything. This is just my channel that I, like, watch videos on it that are not during OT, so it doesn't mess up my algorithm. And also, where I'll test out footage to see, like this one, I tested out the footage from the playoff games to just make sure it wasn't going to get copyright claim. This one, you see, it got copyright claims, so I had to re-upload it. Just saves me some time on the back end. Like, you're missing nothing. I literally post nothing on this channel. So, I guess if you want to, you can. I'll link it if you want to, but there's nothing... There's literally nothing you're missing. Like, it's not like... Yeah. It's not like it's my actual channel. I guess if you want, I'll... If you really want it, I'll link it. Why the heck not? I don't even know what channel that is. I can't even tell you. You know, yeah, there's literally like no videos on the channel. There's literally no videos out there. So, alright, so on that note, I'm going to sign off here. I appreciate you guys a ton. Be live for the Cavs Pistons game at 8 o'clock. We'll go from there. So, appreciate you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow, or I guess later today. Have a great rest of your day. Enjoy the Sunday. I'll see you guys later tonight. New video dropping. This video